Good evening, good morning, good afternoon, wherever you are. It is your dude, Mr. International Passport, here again for yet another Future Classic live stream. First and foremost, can we all get a confirmation that my audio is loud and clear? Please press a one in the live stream chat if y'all can hear me loud and clear. How is my audio? So if I'm good, if my audio is clear, clean, crisp, and concise, please press a one in the live stream chat. Okay, that'd be greatly appreciated. All right, thank you, Israel Young Lion, Visionary, Johnny Walker in the building. Been a minute, Johnny Walker. How you keeping, bro? Base Pill Clips, Johnny J. Adam. Thank you very much for confirming. And let's get the likes up, please. So as soon as you come in, please like the video. We got over 20 people watching already, so I want to see at least 26 likes so far right now. Okay, so let's get cracking, man. I want to say a huge thank you to all those that have supported the channel over the past couple of years. Your support is greatly appreciated. Welcome aboard the new viewers, sorry. I accept and I embrace you with open arms. When you come in, of course, please like the video throughout the stream. Please support the channel by hitting the super chats, by hitting the PayPal donations, and of course, copying the merch and joining the Patreon if you want to hear the explicit, X-rated, naughty intel in regards to how Filipino women get down with brothers in the bedroom, only for the Patreon. Let's get it. So, brothers, in this live stream, oh yeah, and just to mention that the Python classes will be opening up very soon in around September. So look out for that. I'll be taking in new students. Let's get cracking. So in this live stream, brothers, we shall be speaking about Filipina women and the whole general experience as to being a passport in the Philippines. We'll break down cost of living, best places in the Philippines, culture, food, etc., etc. So to get these answers, I got a very special guest here with me called Mr. Travis. Travis, how you doing, brother?
I'm doing wonderful. Very, very well. IP, how are you doing today?
I'm doing fantastic, bro. I'm doing fantastic, man. Your AC is overbearing your voice, but I'm gonna try and listen to you with my let me turn the volume up. Hold on. Okay, let's go. All right, awesome, brother. Awesome. I'm doing great, bro. I'm doing great, bro. Good to have from you, brother. So, bro, give us a brief intro about who you are, where you're from, and anything special about you, bro.
Sure, sure. Well, I'm Travis. I'm from actually from Chicago, Illinois. Currently living here in the great state of Texas. It's very hot here. um, we've been having record breaking temperatures, um, triple digit Fahrenheit degree weather. I'm not quite too sure what the Celsius is um, in relation to our Fahrenheit temperature. But other than that, I'm doing very well. I'm in IT. I am a cloud technician, currently studying for my practitioner certification, and I'm just trying to move up the chain here in regards to gaining more certifications in cloud. I
Awesome.
So I like to travel. Of course, last place that I frequent was in the Philippines, and I had a wonderful time. Uh, can't say any any anything bad. I mean, but I'll, well, there are a couple of things. A lot of good things. I guess your pros and you have your cons. But I would just like to share my experiences with everyone with UIP and just basically be as real as possible in regards to my experiences. So I can give you the honest truth of my experience and how the Philippines are and how Filipino women are.
Awesome. Thank you, brother. I'm gonna show me your AC is loud, bro. All right, so I just checked the wiki, sorry, the weather report for Texas. 38 degrees, 39 degrees. That's crazy hot, man. Yo, bruv, what's going on in Texas, man? Hey, I feel for you, bro. Hey, stay strong, Travis. Stay strong, bro. Lord, that's crazy. Press say two in the chat if you're in Texas right now, man. That heat is disgusting, bro. 39 degrees. Damn. So let's get cracking, brother. Um, where were you in the Philippines, brother? What cities?
I was in, been through Manila, and I was in Angeles City as well. I spent majority of my time in Angeles City. uh, and Angeles City, as the Filipino people like to pronounce it, and Manila.
Okay. Awesome, brother. Awesome. Now, can you break down for us like the culture there in the Philippines? Is it a good culture? Is it a bad culture? Break it down for us, brother, culturally compared to America.
Culturally, compared to America, I would say it's a lot better. If you're looking to, so the people in the Philippines are very nice people, very welcoming. Um, they're very family oriented. Okay. If you're looking for this a wife, a Filipina would be the best candidate for a wife, you know. And I even put that over Thai women.
Okay.
Okay.
We yeah. And we will break that down, brother. But in terms of culture, you said they're very kind. It's a very warm and loving culture, particularly towards brothers. Is Can you confirm that, brother?
Yes, I can confirm that. They're very warm towards brothers. They love us there. They love our culture. They are very gracious people. I have not experienced any negativity from any Filipino person. They welcome you to food. They like to cook for sure. Um, they want you to not only acknowledge but learn a lot about their culture as well too. Um, I just had so many like nice people like treat me with nothing but respect, and just very gracious hosts. Everyone, and they love us there. They love us there. I've even run across a couple of brothers there myself. Several who are look like they were retirees, right? And all you see is smiles on their faces. You can't deny that. But yeah, the food is awesome. The people are amazing. Um, there's plenty to do. I guess depending on what you're into, it's a good place for outdoors. But yeah, the culture is nice. The culture is very nice. They're I would say they're a little bit more on the conservative side than anything.
Hold on,
But
brother. So now let me ask this, brother. Right. So in terms of like cost of living, um, compared to America, how cheap is the Philippines? Is the Philippines more expensive? Is it much cheaper? Because we're passport bros, we work in IT or want to work in IT. How's the cost of living out there in the Philippines?
the cost of living is extremely cheap, very cheap. I mean, for the condo that I was staying in, I was paying, and this was according to the people in the neighborhood, and a couple of people I knew. They told me that the place that I was staying was like a very high end condo, and I was literally only paying like $40 a day for it. Something like that you would pay for here in the states would be about maybe 150, anywhere in between 150 to $200 a night.
Amazing. Now, so you were in Manila and Angeles City, right? So when you can both those two cities, brother, which is better for passport bros in terms of cost of living, in terms of woman, in terms of quality of life? Break it down for us, bro.
I would say Manila is probably better for passport bros or for us bros in general. Angeles City is more of I mean, Angeles City is nice, and it's a possibility you can find a good woman, have a good time, but it's mainly it's basically built for tourists. I mean, you have Walking Street, and Walking Street is what's known in Angeles City. So we all know. I mean, a lot of people who's watching who's traveled to various different places can probably understand what Walking Street consists of. So I mean, it's not some place that you want to go to say, "Hey, I'm going to go here to, you know, um, you know, find a wife or something serious." But Manila has a mixture of everything, so you have a better chance of not only finding something really good, but also having a better time in Manila, just because of how big it is, how diverse it is. It's a metropolitan city compared to Angeles City, which is it is a city, but it's more of a province.
Awesome. Fantastic, brother. Fantastic. Now, Brother, in terms of like the weather, right, and racism towards brothers, did you experience the racism towards you, the N-word use, and discriminatory remarks or actions? And how's the weather out there? Is it very hot? Is it cold? Is it in the middle? So I got those. Can you answer those two questions for us, please?
Of course. So I have not experienced any racism, none, virtually zero during my time in the Philippines. If there was any type of bigotry or racism, it was probably hidden very well. But as far as I'm concerned, in my experiences, no, none at all. Everybody was just so nice, both the men and the women, so nice, so welcoming. They treated you like a human being. You would have never thought that you were black, actually, in a way, because they treat you like as if they treat their own people, their own citizens. So I didn't experience anything like that when I was in Manila and Angeles City. Uh, I just nothing but love basically and just respect. Um, the as
The
far
weather,
I'm sorry,
the weather.
the weather, yes, as far as the weather is concerned, it's always hot. There are no there's some cool down points when it rains. So when it rains, after it rains, it cools down a little bit. Maybe, I mean, it's not even about much. And then after that, the temperature goes right back up. So it's always pretty much either warm or hot there. They're in their monsoon season right now. So it rains there from the end of May or June all the way until I believe it's October or November. So they're in their rainy season right now. Um, but there are no winners. There are no winners at all.
Okay. Now, what about internet speeds and connections, right? So I'm an IT bro. I mentioned a couple brothers to get into IT. Phil's doing a great job as well for IT brothers as well, right? How is the internet connection speed there to work a remote job there in the Philippines? Was it good or bad?
I would say it's in between, and it depends on what type of megabits or speed that you decide to go with. So normal, so basically the normal speeds is not very fast. You would have to probably purchase higher speeds. I'm not too sure how much that costs, but you can be an expert there or you know digital nomad or work remotely. But I would say Philippines compared to some place like Thailand, no. Like Thailand's internet is a lot better than the Philippines, but you can still get by, and it just depends on what type of package you purchase.
Okay, fantastic, brother. Fantastic, awesome. Now, brother, tell me five things you love about the Philippines.
Hmm. Well, I like the culture. Um, Again, I like the music, the culture, which is part of the culture, the people, how warm they are. I like the weather. That's two. Um, I like the women, how they treat us. I like the women. The women are awesome. Um, I like the food. Okay. I like the food a lot because of how fresh it is, especially if you're into seafood or if you're like into like fruits. They have a lot of stands around their supermarkets. Are They're not as extravagant as some place like the UK and the United States or um, certain other countries, but their food is amazing, in my personal opinion. And then, of course, what else? I would have to say, um, you know, I would have to say the cost of living. The cost of living,
Wow,
the cost of living is amazing. The cost of living in the Philippines is even cheaper than Thailand.
damn,
Uh huh. And yeah, no cap, cheaper than Thailand, and Thailand is cheap.
that's crazy.
Yeah.
Now, tell me five things you don't like about the Philippines.
Well, it's hard to bring up five.
Damn.
Um, it really is, um, because if I mention anything, it's something that can be curtailed. It's something that you can actually help. For example, let's say you want to go to the Philippines and you want to look for, like, let's say, a wife, right? Well, of course, you have some women there that um, would, not all, but very few that you have to, like, really vet and watch out for, who could I just obviously use you maybe for a green card or money, or they're just working girls or something like that, bar girls. But it's easy to deter away from them. It's easy to find that diamond in the rough, which is not really hard at all. Compared to some place like here in the United States or the UK. You know, so I can't really say that that's a negative, because it's easier to settle down with someone, depending on how long you're there for. The longer you're there, the better. Um, Negative, I would have to probably say maybe the internet, but again, as I mentioned before, you can just go with a higher speed, and be fine. What else? I think that, me personally, oh, I can give you a negative, a legitimate negative, and this is not just coming from me; it's coming from the locals too that I spoke to. Their medical system, their medical system is not the best. And even though someone like you and I can go there and pretty much maybe afford higher quality of care, more so than the locals could, you have to think about the ramifications that may come into play if you decide to have children there in the Philippines, with a Filipino, you know, or if I'm not too sure how their educational system is, um, but a lot of Filipinos have complained a lot about their healthcare system. Um, you do have some Filipinos who would like to leave the Philippines just for that alone. The young lady I was actually just talking to, who lives she's Filipina, and she lives near Manila. And I was actually just on the phone with her before we started this stream, and we've been talking for a while. And she was telling me about how her brother and his family is trying to move to Canada. Now, I have my own reservations about Canada. Now, of course, we get into another time, but uh, it's mainly because he's thinking about his kid's future and then the medical system. So that's a big problem for me. you know,
Mm.
I think that the Philippines, it just depends on what you're willing to take. There's pros and cons anywhere you live. It's just all based on the matter of what you're able to deal with. Me, as far as living there, I don't know if I would want to live there long term. Um, because the way I look at the Philippines is more of a vacation and type of place. Like, since I've been there, like a place I would go to a couple of islands, go to some beaches like Boracay, um, or maybe Cebu City, some island off of Cebu City. I would like to go there, but I don't know if I would live there long term. But I think that it's a it's a good place to make investments, start investments in, as well as, like, if you want to stack your money up, you can stay there for a while, and you'll be able to save so much money because of how incredibly cheap it is to live there. But the quality of food is pretty good. Um, I would say
Uh,
maybe one other negative is some, you got to think about the hagglers, people on the street that's trying to sell you stuff, and follow you down the street to try to get you to buy something that they're selling, and things like that. But other than that, I can't think of any other major negatives.
let
One,
me
yeah, go ahead.
go on.
Sorry.
All right, let me ask this right. So, before we go on to the woman part, right? Where did you stay? Were you in an Airbnb or a hotel?
Airbnb.
Okay, and what what avenue was that? Was that in Manila? And was that like in a special place in Manila? Can you break it down for us, brother? Just so we can actually go there ourselves and see if that lane is good for to stay there.
That was in Angeles City, actually. I had my condo in Angeles City.
Okay, awesome. And was it in a particular place where wealthy people live there?
Um, I couldn't say if they were wealthy. I mean, these people were just. I wouldn't. It was near Walking Street. It wasn't that far from Walking Street. So, I mean, the people, the everyday people I've seen were just regular working people. Um,
Okay,
I wouldn't say
but
they're.
it was safe, right? It was a
Oh,
safe
very,
area.
very safe. Yeah, very safe. Certain areas look questionable from a visual lens, but um, walking around, seeing the people, no, it was very safe.
Awesome. So now, were there any like restaurants where you went to frequently that had really good food, brother? And do you remember the name of the restaurants? If you can give it down to us for brothers.
Wow. There was this restaurant not too far from the condo that I was staying in, Airbnb I was staying in. I'm trying to remember the name of it. I only went there once. No, I'm sorry. I went there twice, but the first time I went there, I went on a date. It was a hotel, but it had a restaurant. There was a restaurant downstairs, and then they had a rooftop bar and pool um, at the top. That which was the second time I went actually, but the food was very very good. I'm trying to remember. It's been a couple of months.
All right. Trying to DM me after the stream, brother. The name of the restaurant. Okay. If you
Mhm.
when you remember, thank you, brother. So,
Sure.
what about in terms of like clubs? Did you go out there in the nightlife, brother?
Yes, yes. So I went to a couple of clubs. I went to a bar, Walking Street, and this one. So the way the bar. So let me start with the bars first. So when you go inside these bars, there are women in there that are dancing and vying for your attention, vying for your attention to give money. To give money, of course, and play like these crazy games, hat games and things like that. But when you go in there, you're sitting down and there's like there's like the stage, that's almost set up like a ring. And there's a group of women, and they're like pointing at you and they want to talk to you, But of course, I declined it. But they have good music. They tend to play American music. You know, they play some, I guess, of their local music, but then they switch it over to, you know, American music, which can be a range of like rock and roll, hip hop, things like that, right? But it's very chill. The women are there to make you feel comfortable. You know, they're there to make you feel comfortable, and they generally won't bother you if you are, you know, letting them know like, hey, I'm fine. They'll back off.
Can you give us some club names or bar names, brother?
Um, so the club name the name of the club that I went to was actually called Club. I think it was Club 77, which was a downstairs. It was a downstairs club. So you take the escalator down. Very cool place, very big. Um, Again, everybody is just having a good time. You know, that club, I noticed, I haven't been to any other clubs there on Walking Street, but you hardly see anybody on their phones, like, which is amazing because, of course, here in the United States, I can't speak for UK, but I'm assuming it's very similar. Everyone is on their phones. No one's dancing with each other. But at this place, here in Angeles City, Philippines, everybody was dancing with everyone.
Awesome. Club 77. Thank you, brother. So if there's any more clubs, send me a DM so I can share with the brothers after. So now let's move on to the woman, brother. Filipina woman. I'm gonna put you on mute there because the AC is too loud there. So with with Filipina women, right, brother? Um, as passport bros, we are very interested in Filipina women. Now, I think the first question I'm going to ask you, brother, is a very important question, probably the most important question in the history of mankind, right? Do Filipina women check for passport bros and brothers heavy? Do they like us, bro?
They love us. And I'm not exaggerating. I'm not just saying this just to say it. They love us. Um, I can walk down Walking Street and have women that are obviously they're not they're not bar girls or anything like that. They just look like they're tourists or could be from some other part of the Philippines. I'm not quite too sure. Staring at you, waving at you. I got a lot of stares, but like smiles. You know, I've had uh, I've had women so dated a couple of women there, and they're girlfriends and telling me how handsome I am. Do I have any friends? Things like that. It's an oasis. It's an oasis for us, brother. It's an oasis, and
Why?
huh?
No, carry on.
So the women that love us, they really do love us. It's very easy to date. Now, one thing I want to say here, and this is universal. This goes for anywhere you go. You want to make sure that, of course, you take care of yourself. Physically, mentally, of course. Uh, you want to make sure you're dressing very casual. You want to make sure that you look the part as well too, because no matter where you go, women always have hypergamous nature. So you always want to stay in a masculine frame. You always want to dress nice. You have a better outcome with these women versus the women in the United States and in the UK. Uh, so it's very important. This is a message I'm telling the brothers that's watching right now that it's very important to dress good and look good and smell good. Okay.
Let me ask you start, brother. Right. So, why do Filipino women like brothers so much in the Philippines?
I think that the reason that they like us so much, um, I think it's because of maybe our swagger. How we carry ourselves. I think it's also because of what they hear and see in the media. Um, but I think one of the most important things is the fact that we do have some sort of history with them. I mean, if you go back to, I think it was during one of the wars that we had. I think it was World War I. There was a black soldier, that married a Filipino. And there was some other important events that occurred between him and this Filipina. But you know, our history of dating, marrying Filipinos go all the way back then. So I think with that and everything I just said a second ago, I think that that's why they're really into us. They don't believe any negative stereotype, that is portrayed about us through the media, or at least through mainstream media, and it's pretty prevalent when you go there. They really do admire us. I think. You know, I think it's for a myriad of reasons, other reasons as well too. Maybe our built, our the way we speak, the way we carry ourselves, our athletic ability. I think it's just a range of things. And again, I don't think it's just because of we. Most of us are known for sports and things like that, or rapping or anything like that. I really do think it's just because they're attracted to us because of our build, our height, again, the way we carry ourselves. We have a lot of confidence, or we exude confidence. The majority of us, and they tend to reciprocate that back in a very, very feminine way. Sometimes they'll even be shy, but then you have some Filipinos who are not shy, and that will just literally like just, hey, I want to talk to you. Yeah, let's go out. Let's go out for dinner. Or something like that, and they'll be there. Never
Awesome.
stood up.
So, how do you vet a Filipina chick, right, to ensure that she's not for the streets and she's
Mhm.
actually a serious wifeable chick? How do you vet a Filipina chick, brother?
Well, the way you vet by just asking various questions. So I ask, hey, how close are you to your family? How close are you to your dad? Um, if they have a very good relationship with their dad, it's usually a green flag. Generally, a green flag. I'm not going to sit here and say that all women who, Filipino women who are close to their dad, not for the streets, but I mean, but for the most part, most women who have the majority of women who have a lot of respect for their dads like that, it's a really good positive trait. But just asking questions like, what kind of work do they do? What kind of work do you do? You know, are you in school? Have you been to school? Um, what do you plan on? What do you plan on seeing yourself? In the future. Do you have any goals? You know, um, how you tend to eventually see how they're living. Depending on how long you are around them. Um, you can see how they carry themselves if based depending on how they're dressed. So it's those things that you want to look out for, and the questions you want to ask as well too. You want to ask these questions like, or when was your last? Well, you don't have to necessarily. I don't ask when was their last relationship, but um, I ask them, hey, what do you think about marriage? Do you want to have any kids? Um, what would you believe makes a good, a good wife or mom? But these things you can tell by their actions, and their mannerisms as well. You know, if they respect themselves, how they are in public, how they treat you when you're out in public, how they're acting around you, how they are around their friends. You definitely want to meet their friends, you know. So this is a way of vetting, Filipinas, in the Philippines. This is my way anyway. I mean, I think I would vet any woman regardless of where she's from that way, but um, the responses that I've received and the mannerisms that I've received from these women, most of them have been very, very positive. I would probably have to say there's one woman that I wasn't, so things didn't really work out because she was kind of for the streets in a way, but they're not that hard to spot, especially depending on how much time you're spending with them and the questions you're asking. It'll come out very, very fast,
Um,
but yeah.
amazing, amazing, awesome. Let me put you on mute there. The AC is really loud. All right, so awesome, awesome. So let me ask this, brother, right? Can passport bros, right? Can we as passport bros who are looking for wives, who are at that stage in our lives where okay, we want to we want to settle down, we want to have kids, right? And it could be with a Filipino woman. Can we find a wifeable woman in the Philippines that have low body counts and potentially virgin, but at the very least have wifeable qualities and quantities, brother? Can we find that, brother?
Yes, actually, you can find that. I would say better chances are in the province. Better chances getting with a younger Filipina. um, yeah, so it may be a little tough trying to find a version unless you're going for a very young woman. Those women there, most of them, they have, or at least the ones that I've met, and talked to, they've been married before, or they never been married, but they're taking care of their family members. Like, for example, the young lady I'm talking to right now in the Philippines, she's she's very busy, man. She's a business owner. Her and her dad owns a business. She has a degree in business administration. You know,
Oh,
she's never been married. She's a lot
oh,
younger than me. She has her own car.
yeah.
you know so these Filipinas exist. See, people think that going over to the and especially some of these you know I would like to say disgruntled modern women, thinking that a lot of these women over here are poor like that in these countries, these developing countries, and that's not nowhere near the truth. You have, like the woman I just told you about, she has her stuff together, and she can speak English fairly well. Of course, their main language is Tagalog, but she speaks it very well. And like I say, she would be the type of person that I would, at this point, I'm still getting to know her, but at this point, I can see myself marrying. And then on top of that, we get along very well too.
How
So
did how did you meet that your current girl you're speaking with, brother?
well, I met her through a dating app. I met her through Bumble.
Oh, okay. Bumble. Okay.
Yeah, I met her through Bumble. Um, we been talking on WhatsApp. We haven't like physically met yet because the day that I matched with her, I was leaving the Philippines. you know, so we've been talking and just making arrangements to meet again. I'm looking to come to the Philippines probably in December. Um, but she's very very shy. Can be shy, can be very shy, but you can tell that she we talked a little bit about her last relationship, and what she told me was very understandable. It made sense of why it didn't work out. And before that, she really didn't have any like other relationships. So I just think that that is a huge huge green flag. And she's very close to her dad. She's taking care of her dad. He felt ill. He's getting better now, but he felt ill, and she's a hard worker, man. She took some days off work because she has another job too. She just doesn't help run the business with her dad. She has another job too. So
Mm.
she's a hard worker. So that's what I like about her. And I'm sure there's other Filipinas out there like that too. So if you're looking to, like I say, if you're looking to marry, somebody, or looking for something serious, I would say the Philippines is probably up, it's top. It's probably I think it's high on the totem pole as far as countries are concerned. Now, I haven't been to Africa yet. I plan on going, but you know, um, and I've been to other places too, Colombia and Thailand and all that. But from what I've known, from what I've seen in my past several few years of traveling, at this point, I would say if you want to look for someone to settle down with, at this point, Filipinos are number one.
Fantastic. And brothers, can we please get the likes up? Brothers, can we get the likes up, brothers, and please get the super chats and PayPal donations flowing. Please support the movement. That'd be greatly appreciated. But at the very least, please get the likes up. That'd be greatly appreciated. I apologize for the guests' loud background noise, but that is AC. Please understand that in Texas right now it is 39 degrees Celsius. That's crazy heat, crazy heat. So he needs that. He needs that air ventilation. I apologize, but health is important. So if the background noise is overbearing, I apologize, but 39 degrees is that's inhumane. That's too much. So and he needs that coolness. So going on from there, brother, right? So it sounds like Filipino women are a great option, particularly because I think they are religious. Catholic or Christianity is very big out there, right? And we need a religious chick, in my opinion, because a woman must submit to a higher power, God, and then the man. For me, it's God, the man, the woman, and the children. And it seems like Filipino women, they know their role very well thanks to religion, particularly seeing how Japanese women, I love them. They're feminine, they're submissive, they're coachable, but they don't believe in that higher power. And cheating culture is huge out there in Japan. So I'm looking at my options here now. I've not completely given up on Japanese women. Okay, I want to make brothers aware of, you know, the good parts of about women and the bad parts. 'Cause that's why I'm the best passport bros channel right now. I ain't here to cap or blow smoke up anyone's ASSS. All right, I'm here to tell the truth, nothing but the truth. All right. So awesome. Awesome, awesome, awesome. Now, brother, tell me five things that you love about Filipino women, brother.
Okay. Well, one is they're very when they like you, they're all over you. So they're and I love that type of attention from a woman. You know, I like it when a woman is into me and she shows it through her actions. And despite how shy they may come off at first, when they're around you, and this is only some of them, not all Filipinos are not shy, but it really doesn't matter if the Filipina is initially shy or another one is shy from the beginning. You know, it's the fact that when they're around you, they make you feel like a man. They let you lead. You know, that's one thing. They like to cook. You know, they don't mind cooking and cleaning and taking care of you. Um, it almost feels like I know this may sound cheesy, but it almost feels like, in a sense, that you're already in a relationship with them when you're dating them. You know, it, I had one that stayed with me in my kind of. It almost felt like we were married. She left her stuff. Yeah, she left her stuff at my place, and as soon as she got off of work, she wanted to know what I was doing. She wanted to come back over. We went out. You would have thought we were already married or something. So it's that. It's the feeling of being wanted or needed. Okay, that's two. Okay, just you know the cooking and cleaning and oh my gosh, can they cook? Very good cooks. um, what else? They like to have deep conversations with you. If you're talking to them about some serious matters such as what the future would bring or what you would like, you know, for your future, you may want to have children, one day, and you know, um, you might want to do, you 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 might want to, let's say, hey, I got this particular job, I might need to travel here, or we may need to go here. Is that something that you wouldn't mind? They wouldn't care. They just want to be with you. They'll follow you. They'll follow you wherever you go. They just want to be with you. And I love that. So that's, what's that, four? The fifth, hmm, they know how to look good without wearing a lot of makeup. That's another thing. They know how to look good without putting on so much makeup, and they look good without makeup. A lot of them don't even need makeup, man. Like the one I was just telling you about a second ago. I was just talking to on the phone. She doesn't wear a lot of makeup. She's in her early 30s. You know, she doesn't wear a lot of makeup. All she wears lipstick. That's it,
Damn.
and she looks good. Looks amazing. Of course, I've seen her without the lipstick, without makeup at all. Look really good. The only negative thing I could say about some of those, not all, but some of the Filipino women, is that they tend to be a little bit on the chunkier side. If we're comparing someone from Cambodia and maybe Thailand, well, let's just use Thailand for example, because I've never been to Cambodia. I've been to Thailand. A lot of the Thai women are very slender, you know, whereas like half of the Filipinas that I've seen are voluptuous. You know, some are fat, okay, but then you have some that are in shape. You know, so you have that. That's one thing to consider. However, because we get so much love for Filipinas, you have so many different options. You have so many different options of women to choose from. So you don't have to necessarily settle for a woman that's overweight. It's easy to get a woman that's slender as well too, because of their mindset, you know, and then the fact that a lot of them love us anyway.
Damn.
So
Now,
it's easy.
go on. Hmm? Okay, so let me ask this, brother, right? Tell me five things you don't like about Filipino women.
Mm, well, things. That's hard. I would say one of the things I just mentioned about how some of them could be overweight. I mean, I'm not a superficial person, but at the same time, I mean, I'm sure a lot of us love women, like our women to be more on the slender side. So that's one thing I don't like. Maybe the second thing is I think when it comes to sometimes they could be too relaxed, where um, they may let certain things slide. Like for example, I had one who, the one that cooked for me, she was willing to. So one of her girlfriends that actually work on the walking street, a performer. I guess she wanted to do her nails, like the woman I was dating wanted to do her nails, but she invited the woman over to my place. So I was like, "What?" I was sitting there. I was like, "I don't know her," you know, And then the other woman I dated is was kind of relaxed. So you kind of have to like tell them because I don't think they know any better because of their culture. They're so nice, and giving, and they will like be like okay to a lot of things, and it's like no, hold on, wait a minute, that's not okay, you know. So um, so you have to kind of just basically tell them, and if they like you, they're gonna respect you. They'll listen and say okay, cool. There's no arguments or anything like that, you know. Um, so that's pretty cool. But initially, that's how a lot of them are. you know, where they'll wear certain things, and you're like, wait a minute, maybe you should change that, change out of that and wear this, and they'll be like, okay, they're not gonna give you any pushback, you know,
Damn.
which I love because they don't know, and it's hot there. Like so, for example, a lot of a lot of those Filipinas they don't wear bras because it's so hot there, but
Keep it
but
PG, yeah?
no. You know what I'm saying? Like you don't know what type of shirt that they're wearing, and if you can see through the shirt, and you point it out to them and say, "Hey, I can see this, that, and the other," and they'll say, "Really? Yeah, change your shirt." Okay, that's like this happened to me. So yeah, that's what they would do. You know how other women are in some of these Western countries. They'll argue with you to the bitter end and say, "Well, you can't tell me what to wear.
Yep.
We're not
Hmm.
together." Whereas the Filipinas, even though you're not with them, you're just dating them, they still will listen to you as if you are with them because they value your opinion because they're out with you. They understand that you they understand that well, I'm a reflection of you when we go out. It's not no, well, you're not my man. No, it's because we're representing each other because we're out in
Facts.
public.
Awesome. Hold on, brother. Let me put you on mute there. Shout out to Mr. Mufasa. Mufasa in the building. What's up, bro? Long time, brother. Hope you're well, Mufasa. Let's catch up, brother, next week, brother. It's been too long. What's up, Passport Fam Respect IP? I'm gonna have to call in and chime in later as I'm dating Filipina I met in Panama. Oh yes, yes, we did a Patreon exclusive of that, brothers. Go and check out the Patreon. And it is not all cherries and rainbows. We spent 2 weeks together in Panama. Awesome. Yes, Mufasa, please call in. Please call in. Would love to hear your thoughts about that. So, our guest cannot stay on for too long. Okay. So, I'm going to, we have around 20 minutes of our guest. Okay. 20 minutes to half an hour. I'm going to get the phone lines opened up. Mr. Travis, thank you very much, brother, for your time so far. Do you have anything you want to say before I open up the phone lines?
No, not much. I just want to respond to Mufasa's text there.
Super.
Super.
Mhm.
He's right. I mean, as I mentioned before, it. I mean, there are some women in the Philippines that are not like that. I'm just going based off my experiences, and also people that I've known who's been out there even before I have, who experienced something similar, something similar than what I experienced. But he's right. There are a few Filipinas that can be a problem that you got to watch out for. But again, as I said at the beginning of this stream, you really have to, just, a lot of women are women anywhere you go. Whether it be Japan, whether it be Colombia, whether it be the Philippines, Thailand, doesn't matter. You still have to vet these women to make sure you're not, you know, uh, dealing with any type of women who are modern, because you're gonna have a few who act like some westernized women there. Uh, but if we're comparing the majority of Filipinos to, let's say, the majority of British women or American women, there's no contest. That's my whole point.
Amazing. Amazing. Thank you, brother. Awesome. Let's open up the phone lines. Thank you, bro. So, brothers, great live stream so far. So, when you call in, please ask the guests about life in the Philippines, Filipina woman, and also share your Philippine story or Filipina woman story. So, as you know, I have a Patreon, and you can hear some freaky X-rated intel regards to Filipina women on the Patreon. Okay, these Filipina women are freaks. And you wouldn't know that if you were not part of the Patreon. So go on my Patreon right now and search for Filipina woman on my Patreon, and you can hear all you need about Filipina woman. That is literally right there on my Patreon. Patreon is the best thing on planet Earth, and most of you brothers should be on it. So go and join the Patreon and hear more intel regards to foreign women, IT, traveling, navigating, being a passport bro. Uh, Go and make use of the Patreon. In the meantime, get the likes up, please get the likes up and get the support flowing. Hit the PayPal donation, hit the super chats. Every donation to the channel goes back onto the channel to make the channel better, production quality, etc., etc. So please, 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 support, 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 support. That'd be greatly appreciated. Let's open up the phone lines. So let me open up the phone lines and let me post the link in the live stream chat over there. Hold on, brothers. For Thomas. Let's go. Let's go. All right, phone lines are open. Phone lines are open. Let's get some callers in, man. Let's get some callers in. Awesome live stream. Awesome live stream. Thank you very much, uh, Mr. Travis, for a classic, man. Blessic, blessic, a passic piece standing for Passport Bros. Let's get it cracking, man. So calling brothers. Our guests can't stay on for too long, so please call in and let's have a very incredible Q&A session with our guests and the panel members in the building. Awesome, man. Just another Monica. Yep, I see you, brother. You're turn your camera on, brother, so I know you're not a troll. In the background, turn your camera on in the background. Yep, you're confirmed. Thank you, brother. Turn your camera off. Turn it off. Awesome. Let me bring in Mr. Just Another Monica in the background. Let's get it cracking, man. What's going on, bro?
Oh, that's too funny that you did a Filipina stream the day after I just caught you live. But like I said, I caught the tail end of it, so I wasn't sure where our guest was. Were you in Manila, Cebu? Where were you exactly?
I was mainly in Angela City, passing through Manila. I've only spent maybe about a couple of days in Manila.
Okay, I see. And how long did you spend over there?
I spent a total of about 6 days.
Okay, so you kind of all right. I see. And did you meet your Filipino online, or did you meet her while you were there?
I met her online. I've been on a couple of dates before I ran across her online. Yeah.
Okay, I heard the tail end of you explaining how Filipinos were, and I agree, right? I had the same experience as well. When I was with my Filipina, when I was over there in the Philippines, right? She was wearing a little bit of excessive makeup, and I told her, and I actually saw her without makeup, and I thought she looked better without it, so I told her not to wear it, and she immediately did that. She'll take into consideration, right, what you want her to present herself as, and we all know that women in the West are not privy to doing that. So I completely agree with your experience there. One thing I will say that you need to be wary of with these Philippines, especially if you meet them online, is that oftentimes, because they don't believe in prophylactics, right, a lot of these Filipinos may have kids. That's what happened to me. I met this Filipina that I was smitten with, and then she told me after we engaged, right, that she had a kid, and obviously that's a big no-no for me. So yeah, you're gonna want to have to vet for that. I would ask as soon as possible.
Sorry, brother. What was that word you said? Sorry, repeat. What does that mean? The
I'm
word
trying to
you
use
said.
a euphemism. So it's prophylactics. I'm essentially substances that prevents new life.
Oh, I see.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
Hey,
They
so brother, you know some big words, huh?
don't. Shout out to Big Truck. Got it.
Shout out to Big Truck, man. Awesome.
Yeah.
Carry on, bro.
No, yes, I mean, and I agree. I mean, they're a very Catholic nation. I mean, if you go to like the Ubers, well, they call it like Grab and Joyride, but you go there, they'll literally be playing Christian music in your Ubers, right? And the churches, I mean, so obviously the Philippines is a developing nation, right? But if you go to the churches look like mega churches here in the U.S. They do not play when it comes to their religion. So if you're looking for a religious girl, you can definitely find one in the Philippines. And I actually agree with your sentiment, IP, because I don't want to admit this, right? But I'm not gonna lie, I'm not religious. I grew up very religious. I still know the Bible. I can name the books to this day, but I'm no longer religious. And I've noticed, right, that my overall moral values have decreased since I don't have religion. So when I was watching a Japanese stream, and you mentioned how the women essentially they want to present the idea of perfection, but if you find out that they're imperfect, they just want to leave you for another man so they can keep the idea of perfection. Yeah, that's very like true for people who don't believe in a higher power, right? So you want a God-fearing woman, right? A woman, because there's a difference between shame, right, and guilt, right? So shame is external with other people, and guilt is internal, right? Because you believe that God is judging you and He's watching over you. So non-religious women have shame, and there's ways to avoid that. They'll just probably leave you or end up resenting you. But with guilt, if you check a woman over there, right? She'll have guilt, and then she'll adjust because she believes in a higher power. I mean, as you said before, God, man, woman, child. In the West, it's woman, child, dog. I mean, it's actually government, woman, child, dog, and man's not even the picture.
No, that's facts, bro. I think I've also dealt with atheist chicks before in the past, and they're not for me. Their morals are completely off what they believe in. Um, I can't wife up an atheist chick unless I convert her to a religion. I just can't wife her up. I think atheist women uh, are dangerous to wife up, in my honest opinion. I think you're playing with fire if you wife up an atheist woman, because she'll believe in anything. She'll believe in what the media tells her. She'll believe in the whole liberal agenda because she has no moral compass and no moral guidance. Right? There's value in the Bible. There's value in the Quran. There's value in religion because it gives women a code of conduct to follow, man. Which is why you know me being a serious passport bro, right? If I want to wife up a chick, she gotta be a Christian. She has to be religious, man. If she's not, if she can't convert to my religion, it ain't gonna work out. Now, because I've dealt with atheist foreign chicks, they're great, but I start to see some cracks there, right? And these Japanese women, they're not perfect. They're atheists, man. So unless you get a Christian Japanese chick, unless you convert to Christianity, and I think that there can be a way to convert to Christianity if she's Japanese, but you gotta be a man and tell her, listen, I like you like me, but this is my religion, and I want you to convert to it. and give her that ultimatum if it's going to get really serious with her. So that's where I'm leaning towards right now. I need her to be worshiping a higher power, in my opinion. Travis, what's your thoughts about that, Travis?
So, yeah, I agree with everything that he's saying as well too. In regards to
We can't hear you. It's a bit too low.
can you hear me now?
Much better, yes.
Okay. And what is your name, brother? I'm sorry.
Me?
Yes.
Just another moniker.
I'm sorry.
Just another moniker.
Just another moniker. Okay. So I want to piggyback on what you said in regards to the religion there in the Philippines. Yes, they're very Catholic. I actually went to a prayer site with one of the ladies that I was dating. So I thought that was pretty cool. She had to actually like light a candle, um, put it underneath Jesus, and then like she prayed. I actually watched this happen. Personally, in like this little private glass area. So, yeah, you're right. They're very, um, and they're very. A lot of them are very well deep in their beliefs, which is a good thing.
Yeah, it's
But
funny you mentioned because the same thing happened to me, right? My Filipina asked me to come to communion because whenever friends was having a child, and they do the communion. So yeah, they're very religious. They'll even ask you to come to church with them. And I
Mhm.
also find their church services much more bearable than the U.S. because their church service is like an hour as opposed to like 3-4 hours where it's in the U.S.
Well, I'm not a very religious person myself. I mean, I do believe in God, believe in Jesus, but I'm not. I respect everyone's religion. Whatever it is that they believe in. If anything, I would actually like to learn. From it. Even if it's some certain things I disagree with. It's just that's just the type of guy I am personally. But I have a question for you, IP,
Hmm.
in regards
Yeah.
to your experience in Japan. So you're saying that a lot of Japanese people, or specifically the Japanese women, are atheists. Like, so what I mean, what what do they believe in there? If they did believe in anything, if they believe in higher power, who is their most high?
So they don't believe. A lot of them don't believe in anything. They believe in like the Japanese way of doing things. They call it the wa. It's like a Japanese code of conduct. Go your own way. Figure out things in your life. But if they did believe in something, I think it'd be Shinto, which is a Japanese religion, and then Buddhism, and then Christianity, which is in very low numbers, and Islam. But they don't believe in God. A huge majority of them. When I ask them, listen, do you believe in God? They're like, no, I don't believe in it. So, and they're great, the women. I love them, but that's a problem. That's a problem. Uh, there ain't no way I'll be raising my future kids in a godless in a godless house. That ain't happening, man. That's not
Yeah,
happening.
yeah, and I want to piggyback on what IP said earlier. I'm actually an atheist. I'll be honest, right? I was raised Christian, right? Super religious. I was going to be a preacher, but I'm an atheist, and I actually had some resentment towards religion because I felt like I was lied to when I was younger. But as I've gotten older, I've seen the need for religion. I started reading a lot about philosophy. Friedrich Nietzsche talks about this, the whole God is dead narrative. Essentially, if you don't believe in God, right, then people don't have no moral compass, and societies collapse. And this is exactly what's happening right now. As the West has gotten less religious, right, we've seen society collapsing. Um, so I personally would not wife up a girl that is not religious, because women are fickle and they're led by their emotions, right? And if they don't believe in anything, right, and all they need to do is just save face, right, they're just going to save face, right, in order to keep a relationship. I also personally IP, and I know that you like these Japanese women, but I would not wife up a girl that did not previously believe, right, in God. All right. I mean,
Mm.
even if she does convert, because she's mainly just going to be converting for you, right? She'll say it, she'll do whatever, right? But I don't think she'll actually believe it. I need a girl who believes in God, like legitimately believes in it, not just doing it because I want her to, et cetera, et cetera. I mean, I have another thing, like I have a very restrictive diet, right? And I only wife up girls who are willing to convert to my restrictive diet, right? And again, I'm going to get into which one it is, but it is a restrictive diet. And I always vet the women to see, right, are they doing the diet because they want to, or is it because, they're doing it for me, and I never wife up the girls that are just doing it for me. So personally, IP, if she wasn't raised religious, I would steer clear. Even if she does convert, she's mainly just converting for you. She doesn't actually believe in it. She's just willing to go through the motions, just like stuff that we're willing to accommodate for when we're in these countries, right? We're willing to adopt these customs, but we don't really care too much about it. We just do so, right, in order to fit in. That's what she'll be doing for you. So I think you need to actually legitimately find a girl who's religious, who believes in God. Even though I'm an atheist, right, I was raised religious, so I have these morals that are instilled in me, right? These people were not raised religious. I mean, they just believe in the law, right? So in other words, they just believe in saving face. As long as she doesn't, do anything in front of your face, and you still see her as the iconic girl that she is, she'll, like I said, they have a big cheating culture. You can cheat behind your back, and she's like, okay, well, IP doesn't know, and she still views me as a perfect girl, so there's nothing wrong. She'll have absolutely no guilt.
That's a good point there, brother. And that's why I'm leaning more towards South Korean women. Big time. Yeah. I have a lot of things to discuss and just to break down in my personal life, just to see where I'm going towards, because I love Japanese chicks, man, but religion is a big part, man. She needs to believe in God, because without God in the woman's life, she's gonna go in all different directions. And that's what's happening in the West. The reason why the West is like this right now, because people have not believing in God anymore compared to 50 years ago, 70 years ago. You know,
Yeah, I mean, this is
gone.
yeah.
Mm-hmm.
No, and I get it, because I think I can tell your internal struggle, because Japanese women are absolutely gorgeous. I mean, I'm here in Thailand, and I see, the most beautiful women I see here are Japanese. I can just tell instantly. And then you spend all this time learning Japanese, now you have to learn Korean. I mean, yeah, I get it. But the thing is, if you want your relationship to last, right, she needs to believe in a higher power. I mean, I'm an atheist, and I'm telling you, I will not wife a girl that doesn't believe in a higher power.
Well,
So,
I got something to say about that as well, with your struggles there, IP, with Japanese women. What if just talk to her and communicate with her and say, hey, I need a woman that believes in God. This isn't going to work if you don't convert over to my religion. And what if you tell her these things and she say, well, I'll do it for you. I'll try it. I'll try it out and do it for you, and then just maybe watch and see what she does by action. Because I don't really agree with completely writing her off because she's only doing it for you. She could be, but that's why you want to ask her these questions. That's why you want to, communicate with her and say, hey, I don't want you to do this for me, per se. I want you to do this because you want to do this. And
You're taking a huge risk doing that. Like I said, right, I have a very restrictive diet, right, that I do partly because of morality, right? And so the women that I date, I always implicitly, I never say for them to do this diet, but I always say my wife will be following this diet. And the girls who have done it for me, I'm telling you, have had issues, right? When I'm not around, they sneak in, right? They cheat on their diet, or after we broke up, right, they went back, right, and they didn't keep their diet, right? So obviously that's an indicator they're doing it for me. I think you're taking absolutely huge unnecessary risks that you don't need to take by doing that. I understand of giving people a chance, whatever. This is marriage. This is for life. I don't believe you should take a risk like that when it comes to something like marriage. I mean, I just personally completely disagree.
I hear your point.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can agree with that. I hear your point.
Maybe half Filipina, half Japanese would definitely do, because if the dad is from the Philippines, right, he'd be Catholic, he'd be Christian. The mum may not be that way, but the daughter may take the religion aspect from her dad. He may raise her to be a Catholic and Christian when she was very young, and now she's grown up, and now she's a woman, wants to get married. I'll definitely take that, man, because she's been that. She's been molded that into religion very young by her father. I'm looking for that, man. I'm sure it's there in Japan, but it's gonna be a very long, hard search, man. So I need to be efficient and smart here, right? Work smart, don't work hard. The smart option is this: IP has to go to South Korea and see what's happening there. If IP finds a Christian, true conservative South Korean chick, IP gonna wife her up, man. It is what it is, man.
So IP, are you just looking for like South Korean woman, or what about your experiences for what? So what about what you've actually seen in Central America, like with Latinas? Are you would you be willing to wife up a Latina based on your, or are you now you going over to the Asian side?
Good question, bro. Yeah, I think I'll give Latinos a chance, man. But I'm aware that in Latin America, right, it's a very sensual culture, right? Um, it's hot every day. Women will be dressing in short skirts, etc., etc. They probably do have a lot of experience in the bedroom. I don't want that from a woman. So Latin America, yep, great country there. Panama, I loved it. But then again, I know for a fact that if I want to find a low body count chick or virgin there in Panama and Latin America, very unlikely. They're not as conservative as, Japan, South Korea, Philippines. So they're very out there culture, like in Brazil, getting down like that. Um, it depends, man. Maybe I may get lucky and find a beautiful Latina chick, and we'll see how it goes. Um,
Let me ask you a
tough.
question.
Mhm.
If you find this girl, do you plan on staying in their country or do you plan on bringing them back?
I plan on staying in their country.
Okay, I think you can find a girl like that in Latin America. As long as as long as you go outside of big cities and you attend their churches. I'm not sure if you speak Spanish or not, but it's pretty easy to pick up. I learned in a year living in Miami, and I spoke nothing before that. If you're willing to go and search, right, I think you're looking at the major cities, and that's where you're getting this culture of like them being sensual. And think don't get me wrong, I mean they do have sensual dances, but if you go outside the main population destinations, right, you can find a woman like that pretty easily, in my opinion.
I agree, totally agree, especially with my time being in Colombia. I totally
'Cause I
agree.
think Yeah, I think you and I have the same thing. I want to go 18-23 virgin, most likely. In fact, honestly, that's my one of my requirements. I think if I hit 40 and I can't find it, I might be willing to ease up a little bit. But right now, no, virgin. In fact, after learning what marriage represents and what the white dress in a marriage represents, I don't want to. I can't use the word I want to use, but I don't want to make a sham out of the actual meaning of marriage. So I want a virgin. I think that virgins are the only ones that are worth marrying. So and I think
Facts.
you agree. You agree exactly. There you go. So,
Facts.
um,
Even one body, I don't like that, man. Even one body is too much. I'll keep it a stack.
yeah,
I need her clean. I need her box tight. I need a virgin chick when I marry her, man. It's the way it should be, man. I can't. She has to be a virgin, man. First and foremost, man. She needs to be a virgin, bro. I mean, one body count isn't a lot, but for me, right, if you're a religious woman, right, if you really care about, your body, the sanctity of the body, the pureness of your body, and what it represents in a religious aspect, you got to keep that box closed for the right man. And when it's marriage time, you're gonna have to pop that box for a passport, bro.
mhm.
Um, yeah.
Yeah, my rule is I'll date a girl that's not a virgin, but I won't give her marriage. So
Mm,
my rule.
facts.
Yeah, well, I think the remedy for that is just to go with a very you got to go with a very young woman.
Oh yeah,
It's
that's
hard
I
to
think I
it,
agree. 18 to
it,
20, really 18 to 21.
yeah. I mean, in this day and age, wherever you go, it's going to be hard to find a woman that's like, let's say, in her mid to late 20s that
I, I,
is
wa- I personally, I'm not going for a late 20s chick, bro. I'm
Yes,
personally going for 18 to 23, 24 cutoff point. I have no interest in late 20s chicks, early 30s. I meet him in the UK. I met him in Japan. Told him keep away from me. It ain't happening, man. You need to be at your prime for me to wife you up, right?
shout out
You
to
need to
Big
be in your.
Truck,
So shout out to you.
to Big Truck, because he has this saying of the whole "shun you, leftover woman." Right? Yeah, I've adopted the Chinese narrative or the Japanese narrative. Right? The Christmas cake? No, I don't want that. No.
I don't want that, man. Because if you're not wiped up by 23, 24, right? Something's no. If you're not wiped up by your late 20s, something's wrong there. I don't want wrong chicks in my life, right? I want a young chick that is moldable, is a virgin, that's on my plan, and it is there in Japan. It's there in South Korea.
How
I
old are
gotta
you?
find her.
How old are you,
So,
Chief? Sorry.
what was that, bro?
The guest, how old is he? Because it sounds like he's a little bit older, or maybe he's not.
I'm 40.
Okay, so yeah, all right. So you're okay. I see why you might be more willing to.
Right. Yeah, that's why I made that point, that counterpoint. I mean, I would date a woman in her early 20s for sure, because not only based on what you guys were just saying, but she's right. She's more moldable. She's hasn't experienced as much trauma as a woman that's a lot older than her due just to life experiences. So there's a lot of benefits, of course, to getting with a younger woman.
I have a question for you because this is something I talk to my brother a lot about. Right? What is the benefit to dating an older woman? I can't see any. Like I really don't see any benefits. What is the benefit of dating an older woman?
To be quite honest with you, not much. I mean, if I could think of something, I mean, I don't know. I don't think there really isn't much of anything. I want to be honest. I mean, maybe she could sit there and say, well, I have a lot of experiences, but how do I not know that the experiences you have are not what I'm looking for?
I mean, we want a girl with experience. I don't want a girl with experience. I mean, and also, look, my dad had 10 plus kids, and his dad had 10 plus kids. I want a big family. I mean, an older woman cannot do that for me.
No, I wouldn't marry an older woman. Matter of fact, I wouldn't marry a woman that's from her mid 30s to my age. We're not going to even talk about older than me, so that's not even that's out of the realm of possibility, because I don't have any kids. I'm 40 and I don't have any kids, and like this stuff, I wish I knew in my 20s. I wish I was doing in my 20s, traveling.
So is this the first Filipina that you met since you've been in the Philippines that you dabbled with?
We say that again?
Is this the first Filipina that you met since you've been in the Philippines that you dabbled with? Right, the girl that you've been talking to online?
No, she's not the first. I've dated a couple of Filipinas while I was there, but the one I was just recently talking about, she's the one I'm currently talking to. But I've dated a couple of other Filipinas while I was.
You've only been for 6 days, right? So how'd you feel about doing that?
You say that again?
I thought you said you've only been there for 6 days, so I'm wondering how you were able to date so many of them.
Well, I dated the two that I actually went out with. I was talking to them before I even came out there.
Okay.
All right. So
before I even came out there.
Sorry, Travis has to go very soon. I need to be another caller. Passport Bros, can you turn your camera on in the background, please? So I know you're not a troll. Yes, Passport Bros, you're confirmed, brother. Thank you very much, brother. Turn your camera off. Also, Passport Bros, please keep it PG, brother. Please avoid saying any sensitive terms. Keep it very PG, bro, please. So I'm going to bring in Mr. Passport Bros, aka Big Truck in the building, man. Let's get it cracking, man. What's going on, Mr. Passport Bros?
Hey, good evening. How y'all doing?
Not bad, brother. How are you?
How you doing?
I'm pretty good. So I'm listening to this dude. So you've been in Philippines 6 days, huh?
That's right.
Okay. Well, I'm gonna say it just like this, based upon what you all were just saying. The best thing that you could do, especially if you're gonna spend any elongated time in the Philippines before choosing to settle down, the best thing you could do is definitely to get a younger wife. And the reason you go as young as you can go, but you get a younger wife. And you got to understand something. Religion or no religion, you got to, first of all, they're Catholic mostly, right? And we already know that with Catholics, it's like, what is it? Repentance and confession and all that. That's the thing. So religion or no religion, like they'll literally lie straight to your face about their body count. They will. So if you go younger, then you don't have to really worry about having a high body count specifically. But you got to understand, some of them are, we're changing them because we put these cell phones in their hands during the pandemic. You know that website, Corn. So they literally said the Philippines was like their largest consumer during that entire pandemic period of their media. And the thing about it is, you got to understand, America pushing social media into these countries, no matter how conservative they are, they're changing these young girls. So the reality is, they'll be conservative up until a point, but basically it's only based on the options that they have. So, like, for example, if you go and you meet, like, they call them provincial women, like if you meet a provincial woman and you spend a lot of time with her and she's young and this, that, and other, your odds are better with that. But if you're going to meet one of these city Filipinas, like, they could literally have 2 young kids and they will lie to your face and say that they're virgin. They will literally do it. And that's been an issue because sometimes you've got American and Western men who married these chicks, and then all of a sudden they try to show you that, they really had a kid somewhere. And the reason why is because they're superstitious. They don't use protection. They don't use prophylactics, right? So a lot of them, they get pregnant on their first try or their first hangout or whatever. So as long as they're not with child or they have no children, that's kind of the best that you can do because they're doing it in high school. So what I'm trying to tell you is, like, just because they say that there's something don't mean that they're telling the truth, because women lie about body counts. I think we understand that. The Philippines specifically, in my opinion, the way you know whether or not a Filipina has been sexually active is whether she has kids. Because if they don't use protection. They can go right down the block to the Mercury drugstore. They can get birth control pills for like $20. And as far as they're concerned, that's enough. What?
Bro, please keep it very
there's nothing automated about that. I mean, it's pills. It's like,
please keep it very coded, man. Please.
Yeah, okay. Please. So they can go get themselves some Flintstones vitamins for $20. They can get some Flintstones vitamins. And I will tell you right now what they do not use. They do not use rubber balloons. They don't use balloons. You know, like the balloon that the F-22 shot down? They don't use rubber balloons.
That is true.
They absolutely do. It's superstition. So when I'm there, I can tell right away who's active simply because they have children or they have, like, the face of pregnancy when their face changes because they've carried a child. So, yeah. I agree with y'all. Go as young as you can go. When you're there, you meet them and you take them out and they get to know you and everything. If you're serious about them, marry them. But I will say this. One of you said if she's not a marry Jesus's mother thing, if she's not Jesus's mother, you're not going to give her marriage. Other than that, you're wasting your time. Because especially in the Philippines, their teen pregnancy rates are higher than they are here in America.
That's true.
So what I'm saying is you go as young as you can go, but be on the lookout, because what some of them will do is they'll hide their kids in their province with their parents. And they'll tell you all types of stories, but you don't realize it because you didn't know what to look for. And they're just trying to hook a man. So that's what I'm saying.
Yeah, you're right. And, I wonder, I don't know if you have the answers to this, but I wonder what the superstition is, because I knew that before even going to the Philippines from doing research, that a lot of the women, or there's a high pregnancy rate. They don't believe in taking those things. So it's like, what is this superstition? Like, what is going on over there?
Again, I started out by saying that they're Catholic. They have been pre-programmed with all that Catholic superstition, that what their job is to, because you got to remember, these are Asian women. Ultimately, regardless what their religion is, these are Asian women. For them to be 24 or 25 and not have children is out of the norm. Philippines recently raised, how should I say, the age of ability to drive.
Sorry, bro, we're going too deep there. So
No. I said the age of the ability to drive the car.
All right, but please don't mention any specific ages, man. Please, I've had.
Okay, I'm just talking about their laws. So anyway, they recently raised the driving age, quote unquote, driving age. They recently raised the quote unquote driving age, and the issue is for them, being 20 or 25 without children, that makes them leftover women, just like Japan, South Korea, and China. So when you're saying what is the superstition, they have had their mind. Catholicism is just as bad as if they didn't have a religion at all. So what I'm just saying is the Philippines is a matriarchy. You have to understand that. Philippines is mostly unwed mothers at the heads of the household. So that's the main thing you have to understand there. The fathers have no control over the women at all. They have no control. So what I'm saying is, where I'll agree with y'all, go as young as you can. If you do date one of them, she is not going to make you wear the balloon that the F-22 shot down. She's not going to make you wear that. You remember when the F-22 went up there and fired a missile at the balloon? Yeah. They're not going to make you wear the balloon that the F-22 shot down. So the best you can do is go to Mercury Drugstore and get some Flintstones vitamins.
Awesome. Hey, thanks for that, Passport Pros. Much appreciate, big truck. So Travis D, what time you got to leave, bro? We are over our set limit. I don't want to take your time off for too long, brother.
I can give you about 10 more minutes.
Okay, awesome. All right, thank you, Passport Bros. Let me bring another caller in. So, Mr. Buck, can you turn your camera on in the background, please? So I know you're not a troll. Buck in the background. And Mufasa, can you call in, bro? We're waiting for you as well to call in, Mufasa, if you're still there. So, Buck, if you don't turn your camera on, I'm not going to bring you in because I have a huge troll problem on this channel. I'm going to ask
you. The guys who you get that are regulars, if you mod them, the only people you know that you modded, you won't have to check them every single time. Your regulars, like people like Theo, me. So that's the reason why we mod up certain people. So this way you don't have to worry about us being trolls.
Yeah, this isn't a regular. This is a new one. This is a new caller. So he's got to turn the camera on in the background if I can't bring him in. All right, so let's get some new callers in. Let's have a great conversation. Okay, awesome. Let's see. You want to see something? Anything else? Just another moniker?
Oh, I mean, I'm kind of just starstruck right now, man, because I love Big Truck. I binge watched all of his videos, and everything you said, I agree with. That's the reason why I think you should find him in the church, and you should go as young as possible because of what you just said. So, I say 18 to 21, but in reality, I'm trying to say 18, 19, because essentially, right, as soon as they're able to reach that age where they can give life, right, they're starting to, that's what they do. So that's the reason why I say go to the churches, right? And I agree with you. They don't. When I was there, the mention of the balloon was never mentioned. I mean, it was just that's just the way they do things. So
yeah.
Yeah, so I don't agree with going with women that are 25 plus. I think really you should be looking at women in their teens, maybe 21, 22 at the oldest. But even then, I would have an eyebrow raised if I were to go that old. And I think that the best place to meet them is in the churches outside of the big cities.
The provinces, the church, like if you go to the provinces, you go to the churches, and specifically focus on the ones who don't have social media. Because most you got to understand, a lot of them can't afford advanced cell phones. A lot of them can't afford social media. Those are the ones that you go after, because if you go after them, especially if you meet their families and their families like you, if their families are okay with you, you right away they welcome you right in, and then everything is smooth sailing. But the problem with the city girls is more and more the social media. They're on Facebook. They're on Instagram if they can be on it. And then they're going to ask you for money to pay for the phone, the load. They're on TikTok dancing, acting silly. They're on TikTok. So the issue is you want to aim for the ones who have like either no cell phones at all, or no, like they don't even have laptops, because the internet where they live is unreliable. So basically I'm saying go to the province, meet in church, go as poor as you could possibly go. That's the best. Yeah. And then the family will love you.
Yeah, and this is why I personally don't agree with meeting these women online, because if they're online, then they have access to the internet, and all those problems that you said, right, are going to come up. This happened to me, right, when I was with the Filipinas. It's funny you mentioned it about the whole giving the Filipina, the child to the parents, right, so they can pretend like they're single. That's what happened to me when I met a girl out there You know, and I told her straight up, you know, that I don't want a woman with kids, and that's why it's probably not going to work. And you know, she was really saying that she would essentially give the child to the kid. Essentially, she would say she would abandon her child for me, which is like, that's a huge red flag. So I mean,
yeah, that's a horrible red. How could you say that?
I know. I mean, I mean, yeah. So clearly, you know, that's why I agree with you.
You know what? In Philippines, there is a Filipino term. It's called pina angkan, right? It's basically the term. The term means in English means shoot and scoop. Yeah, so basically, that's like us. You know, where you've heard in the manosphere, you heard pump and dump. It's basically the same thing. And their men are at this point refusing to marry them. But the problem is they're experimenting without the balloon that the F-22 shot down. So what ends up happening is these girls, they have a very problematic teen pregnancy rate right now. See, America, we ditched that back in the 90s. We don't have that problem. So the one thing I'm just saying is aim for lack of social media, no access to the internet. Like if you aim for, she's going to try to make you buy her a phone eventually. She's going to try to either make you buy her a phone or she's going to make you help her pay to be on the internet eventually. But the bottom line is, if you are like befriend her on social media, if you meet her on Facebook or something, all of her Filipina female friends are going to jump in your DMs. All of them. Like they're going to ask you to be friends. They're going to ask to follow you. They're going to be in your DMs. And some of them will be trying to come, you know, and ask you for money. And that that happened with one that I was dating. She had like a bunch of friends. All of a sudden, everybody's trying to friend me. And they're going through my photos. They're trolling your photos. They're showing her photos of you with other women. And they're, oh, who's this? And they're going through your stuff. And then some of them on the back end are asking you for money. Because you got to understand, the average Filipino worker makes less than $10,000 US a year. Now, I'm a six-figure earner. And some of these other dudes are here because they're technologists, right? So if you're a six-figure earner, you literally make more than 10 times the average man there. And you like 10 of them put together don't make as much as you do. So you're a mark right away. So all I'm saying is, yes, aim provincial girl, church going, young, and if you do that, chances are you won't go wrong.
Yeah, see, I go to a lot of these problems because I don't have social media, right? So
sorry, bro. Let me go to Travis D, because he's got to go very soon, brother. Go on, Travis.
I just want to say this. You're right about how these women would just ask you for money like that. Like one of the girls that I was, one of the women I was dating in the Philippines, her friend, like literally, like I'm talking to her, talking to a woman I'm dating on WhatsApp, and her friend was there, and she was like, "Give me money." I thought it was a joke, but she wasn't joking. I guess this was for her. They were celebrating her birthday, and she was like, "Give me money." She's not the only person, you know. One of her, the woman I was dating, I'm telling you about now, her roommate said the same thing, and I'm like, "What?" I'm like, "What?" I don't even know. And they bold, give me money, because they know, like he was saying here, they know that you're American, and they know you got, you know, it's not cheap to fly over there, you know, so they know that you have money. So you have to watch out for that. You're absolutely right. I've experienced that personally when I was there this past June. So
let me read these super chats before you go, Travis. Shout out to Mr. Intellect for the $5 super chat. I appreciate you, brother. Being Borake, Cebu, and Makati BGC in December for 2.5 weeks. Can't wait. Awesome, bro. Awesome. Looking forward to heading Intel free, brother, when you get back. Shout out to Mr. Johnny Walker for the $5 super chat. Can we unpack the culture being more matriarchy driven? We need to insert ourselves and start families in a patriarchal culture. Yeah, do you want to unpack that, possible, bro? You mentioned that earlier.
Yeah, well, no, the reason why and if you look this up, it's true. The reason why their country is considered matriarchy is because the vast majority of the households are headed by single moms. So it's a matriarchy in that these are single moms with children, whether they're in poverty or not. This isn't the traditional matriarchy where, you know, the mother is in charge while the father goes out and works. We're talking about single moms here. They have a huge single mom problem because the women don't use the balloon that the F-22 shot down a couple of months ago. They don't use that balloon when they are out there, right? So they have a lot of single mother households. You may have seen that on 90 Day Fiance with that guy, Ed, who was dating Rose. And the problem is, you saw Rose had that son, Prince, and this guy was talking to, he didn't seem to care because he already had a daughter from a previous relationship. My point is, that's the reason why it's a matriarchy. Now, Catholicism would normally say this should be a patriarchy. The issue that they have is their boys don't stick around. They shoot and scoot. They're in and out, and they just leave. And there's no welfare state there like there is here. So they can't easily put these dudes on child support because they're not making any real money. And not only that, a lot of them don't have formal government ID. So it's very difficult to track these dudes down. And here, we can get you on a social security number. They can take a dime out of every dime you make. There, most of them do not have formal ID unless they actually work within the city. If they're provincial, a lot of them are undocumented for the most part. So that's basically what I'm saying when it's matriarchally driven. It's not that the women are really in control or they're in charge. That's not true. The men run the society just like they do here. The issue is their households are mostly single mothers because they have a tremendous teen pregnancy problem.
Okay. All right. Awesome. Thank you, brother.
Yeah.
All right. So shout out to Mr. Johnny Walker for the $5 super chat. Thank you both for the support. Also, IP, what are the general rules for the chats? Comments, can we tell the truth about AW when brothers speak to the country? Yeah, brother, where you around the chat is okay. Obviously, avoid swearing, avoid being disrespectful to other groups of people in the live stream chat. So the chat comments are okay, brother. Say what you want to say, but obviously keep it on the live stream topic in the chat comments. If we're speaking about the Philippines and Filipina women, if brothers can please keep it about the Philippines and the Filipina woman in the live stream comments. So those are the rules here. And of course, don't swear, don't say the N-word. Keep it very PG in terms of, and if you want to say something that may be outlandish, code it, because YouTube watches everything, right? So please do so. Message for everyone, okay?
And by the way, guys, on that issue about women hitting you up for money, what you have to understand is either they're going to hit you up immediately or they're going to hit you up.
Sorry, bro. Let me finish my reading the super chats first. So,
sorry.
So I obviously I respect and appreciate your big passport bros, but when I'm talking, please avoid cutting through. Right, that goes for anyone that calls in on the channel. Please give me my respects, all right, bro? So when I finish the super chats, passport bros, you can speak. That's 2 times now, bro. I wouldn't do that on your channel at all. So can you please avoid doing that again, please? All right, thank you very much. Shout out to Mr. Intellect for the $5 super chat. I appreciate you, brother. Abject impoverished province girls are no for me, dog. Sorry, not sorry. The 19-year-old in Cebu I'm talking to is solidly Philippines middle class. How did you meet her, bro? That would be great to know, brother. Intellect, thank you, brother. In the live stream chat. Any more super chats for me to read? Nope, that should be good. So does anyone else want to chime in? Travis D, so it's time for you to go, brother. Do you want to stay on for a bit?
Yeah, I'm gonna have to get off there. I do agree with what Intellect just stated there. I really do agree with him. That makes a world of a difference. In my opinion. Don't get me wrong. I understand what the guys here are saying about provincial women, but when you meet just like the woman I just told you about, who has her own car, who has a degree and all that, that's what I'm looking for. I'm looking for that, and she's still feminine. She's not a boss chick. She's nothing like that. She's not acting like any of the Western women here who have a degree, have a good job, owns a business, and things like that. So it's different because of the culture. So what Intellect is saying, I would rather meet a woman like somewhere in like Cebu City or something like that versus the province women, because I know that those type of women tend to have their own, and they're not gonna necessarily try to ask you for money or hit you up because they're already successful successful. I put quotes on. I say successful based on where they are. They're middle class in Philippines. So I'm that brings me some type of sense of security. I would like to say, but everybody's different. Everybody likes what they like and looks for what they looks in certain areas. So I'm not knocking that either.
Awesome. All right. Thank you, Travis D, for calling in, brother, and giving your intel here, brother. Much appreciated, bro.
Oh, anytime, and definitely, send me a shout out. I would definitely like to participate and chime in on any other, live streams that you have, any other topics in regards to the countries and things like that. So yeah, let me know. This was very, very fun. I had a good time.
Awesome. Hey, thank you, brother. And we shall speak soon, okay?
Oh, definitely. And you guys take care.
All right, awesome. So I've got a big queue behind the line. So passport, bro, do you want to say anything last before I drop you off? I've got a big queue.
Oh, no. That's about it. Y'all have a good night.
All right, awesome. Thank you, man. Peace out, bro. All right, awesome. So Justin, okay, let's see. Okay, so there's some more space now. Let me bring in Mr. Buck in the background. What's going on, Buck?
What's going on? On the topic, man, I feel out of every group of women, I feel like the Filipinos really dig the brothers the most. And I see it here in the States. When you see a Filipino, he's always with a brother. So if they showing us love over here, then the love we're gonna get it from overseas. I mean, granted, I haven't been to overseas, Philippines, but like based on my online interaction with them, like it's been nothing positive. Looking forward to going, there sometime soon, or not sometime soon, but sometime in the future. But definitely loving the conversation. You guys have a lot of good inputs. I just right now I just came in the chat right now or in the panel, so I'm just soaking everything in. Then I'll ask questions. Carry on.
Awesome. So brothers, I'm gonna bring in more callers in, but brothers, feel free to call him. Got 2 or 3 more spots since Passport Bros and the guests dropped off. So call in if you want to chime in on this discussion. Mr. Justin, another Monica, you want to say anything else, brother?
Yeah, I wanted to touch on what the guest said before you left. Yeah, I kind of agree with him. Right, I was about the whole middle class. Right, the girl that I was with was middle class. It's just the age thing that I'm really emphasize. Like, I think you really should go as young as as you can. Right, because obviously the older that you go, right, the more bodies that the girl will have. So so you don't necessarily need to date a girl from the province, right? But you should date a young girl because at the very least, even if she does have a body or two, right? We're Super Saiyan 3, so that's not going to be an issue. She's not going to compare, right? You compared to her last partner, because we got the Super Saiyan 3 mojo going, if you know what I mean.
It's not even that, bro. It's the fact that I think the average man wants his girlfriend pure and his wife pure. It's just in terms of like when it comes to women receiving, right, during that kind of bedroom activity, right, it's a very spiritual thing. She's allowing a man to enter her, okay, and that to me, that's a very intimate connection there. That's something that you can't be given away to any type of dude, in my opinion. It's a very intimate act, and obviously me coming from a conservative background, right, I want my woman, right, I want to be her first time, especially if she's going to be my wife, because it kind of like, for a woman, right, that she will never, a woman will never forget her first time. It may have been terrible, but she will never forget her first time. It's always going to be in her mind. That person took it. He took the card. Even though she don't love him no more, she's gonna always remember him as the first time. Bruv, that's just not what a man wants in a marriage or in a relationship. You feel me?
I agree with you 100%. I'm more so speaking for the people who simply just don't care, or they don't care as much, right? I'm with you 100%. Like, I will not get married to anyone that's not a virgin. However, these people don't have the same criteria that we have, right? Maybe they're more concerned about loyalty, right? And so, I've told you about my past a little bit on the last stream, right? So I've been quite with a good deal with women, and I've noticed, right, that essentially, right, the more bodies they have, the more they compare you to. In fact, what they do is they end up taking the best traits of each man, right, and make like a super Frankenchad, and they compare you to that. That's why they're not loyal. So what I was saying is that if you do not care about the virgin aspect, right, which obviously you and I both do, but if you don't care, right, and you care more about loyalty, right, date a younger Filipina, because most likely the man that she was with before you, if she has been with a man, right, will not measure up with you in any way. That's kind of what I was getting at.
Mm. Okay. No, I feel you, but we're very alike in that aspect there. We live in a crazy world, man.
I mean, yeah,
This is just ridiculous. Can't believe it shouldn't be hard to find a virgin, but for some reason it is in 2023. I'm not happy as to how the world is going, man. I'm really not happy. The devil's winning, and we got to fight back, man. There's too much nonsense going on, man. You want to say something, Buck?
Yeah, I definitely agree, man. It's just hard just finding that, that someone with, lower body count, because now it's like, when you see figures like Beyonce and Nicki Minaj, what's the other rap artist? That one Dominican chick, I forgot her name, but
Cardi B, Red.
Cardi B. So even I'm starting to notice, like even when I was in DR, a lot of these Dominican chicks over there was listening to Cardi B. They behaving like them. So it's the American culture is like is carrying over to other places of the world.
Facts, man.
One by one. I mean, in order to find that one girl, the good girl, with low or zero body count, you have to go somewhere in a remote village in a random country. Other than that, man, like even if you go to these countries, the bigger cities, the girls are gonna bump into probably has a couple of bodies on them. So it's like, so it's a pick a poison, man. So it's but I will say, man, just the option overseas is way much better. You're gonna get much better treatment. But like in order, guys gotta get a remote job, and live in these countries for longer periods of time so they can get bang for their buck. Anytime when you're earning euros, pound, or US dollars, and you live in these countries, you get bang for your buck, and your quality of life just improves. In terms of a relationship, and also in terms of it can be the food. The food over there is less processed compared to the foods that we are used to in the West. So definitely get your passports and get an IT remote job and go from there. Be happy.
Yes, indeed, man. And the reason why I'm very fixated on getting a virgin is because I'm not a reckless dude. I have spent my whole life studying, keeping according to the laws. I ain't no Pookie. I ain't no Ray Ray. I did not break women's hearts. I didn't leave a bunch of. I'm not a guy that impregnated a bunch of chicks and left them fatherless. Nah, man. I've lived a very, very conservative, you know, righteous life. I deserve. Hold on,
Yeah,
brother.
that's the passport, man.
Hold on, bro. Hold on, bro.
I know you checking all the boxes.
Hold on, brother. Hold on, bro. So I deserve that. I really do. Me as educated as myself, in IT, me studying every day, in university, in high school, me not joining any gangs, no gangbanging activities. I didn't sell any substances. I never did all that, man. I have been a righteous dude, in the face of growing up, in the hood, in the gutter. I still kept, focused despite all the bad influences around me, man. I didn't mess up. I didn't break no chick's heart, man. So therefore, I ain't marrying no WHORE. That's not happening, bruv. I ain't marrying no chick that got 20 bodies, 10 bodies, 5 bodies. That's not happening, bruv. That ain't happening, bruv. Don't play me like that, bruv. Nah, bruv. You know? In the UK, right, I know brothers that have settled with a chick that got 50 bodies, man. 50 bodies. I'm thinking, what? Bruv, you are a doctor. Why are you settling for her, bro? That can't be me, man. That can never be me, fam. Go on, just another Monica. Go on, bro.
Yeah, I apologize. I thought your pause meant that you were finished. I wasn't trying to overtalk you, but yeah, I just it was funny when you're saying that because it just felt like a little bit of a personal attack on me. All right, but it's
No.
okay. I
Oh,
understand.
no. Sorry, no. It's just me being frustrated as to, being in the UK my whole life, man, and just seeing how society has gone so down the drain where I can't find a decent chick. I couldn't find a decent chick, man. And for me to actually give up, I'd have to wife up a chick with 20 bodies. Nah, bruv. Never be me. Nah, man. I work too hard. I work too hard, man, to settle with a HORE. Go on, bro.
No, I completely agree with you. In fact, before this passport bro solution, I was just completely content with living my life alone because I was like, "There's no way I'm going to marry one of these HOREs. Like, I'm just not doing it." But honestly, I started getting depressed. And this is what I meant when I'm saying, like, I lived a quote unquote Tyrone life and I was depressed. I mean, it was fun for a while. But then afterwards, I realized I'm like, okay, so my life is essentially just going through HOREs who I don't even like. After we're finished, I want them to leave. They have mad bodies. I could maybe catch something, right? And then they go, and then they're crazy. And they do things, right? And they know where you live, and so it's just, man, it was a very depressing life before I had this solution. And I've talked to my brother about this because he's also a Tyrone, and he's still living that life now. And I feel like partly the reason why he's living this life is because he feels like he has no purpose, right? So he's just doing this. But I said, yeah, I mean, by the time I was like 24, 25, I was over this. And so I could only imagine, right, if I still lived the life I lived in high school where I didn't get women, right? And I had to just see this the entire time, I'd probably be even more resentful. But yeah, I completely agree with you. There's no way I'm selling for that. I refuse. I refuse to do so. No.
Facts, bro. Facts.
Definitely agree, man. Yeah, I mean, IP, even though you check off all the right boxes, here in the States, you be called lame, So it's like, even though you're not technically a lame, you do everything the right way, But here in the States, some hood girls will call you a lame. They will call
Can I
you.
tell a quick story about that? Can I tell a quick story about that?
Let Buck finish, bro.
All right, sorry.
Yeah, thank you. So yeah, it's just that we live in a toxic environment or culture where the Pookies and Ray Rays get rewarded for bad behavior, but then the guys that do the right things, they go to school, get IT jobs or whatever high-paying jobs, they are called lame. Society is backwards when like the Pookies and Ray Rays like get all the girls, even I mean, I've seen Pookies and Ray Rays getting career oriented women that work in corporate offices, but then the guy who do the right things are ignored. So I don't know how it is in the UK, but here in the United States, it's kind of like that.
Yep, I agree. Facts, bro. Before I bring in just another moniker, I'm gonna call you JAM. right? Just another moniker. So shout out to Mr. Demswood for the 199 super chat. Demswood in the building. What's up, bro? Superstar mod. Japanese woman versus South Korean woman versus Filipinas. Uh, that's tough, bro. But based on the recent intel, number one, South Korean woman. Number two, man, I love these Japanese chicks, man. I really do. I was in Japan earlier this year, man. They blew me away. Number two, Japanese woman. Number three, Filipino woman. It could change, bro. It could change in the near future, but I really do like Japanese chicks, man. I really do. If they were religious, it'd be a blowout, man. But apparently Islam is growing quite heavily in Japan. I don't mind wifing up a Muslim chick that's Japanese. I don't mind doing that, man. At this point, you're religious, you have morals, you believe in God. If you're Muslim, you're feminine, submissive, cooperative, you got a chance. At this point, man. Go on, JAM.
Yeah, no, I just wanted to kind of enforce I'm sorry, what's her name? I can't see the guest.
But
I just want to enforce this point. So this is a true story of mine, right? So I rarely deal with ABWs because it wasn't because they weren't attracting me. It was just because essentially what would happen is you have to be a super hood guy in order to keep these women. So I would meet them and they'd be attracted to me and I could get them, right? But I couldn't keep them. So this is what would happen, right? I would get them, right? They would think I'm a Tyrone, etc., yada yada. They'd see I have money because I have a good paying job, but I would lie and say that the way I made money was through trapping. Right, that's literally how I'm just being honest. So eventually, right, when they would deal with me long enough, they would find out that I actually just had a good white collar job, and their attraction would, including more so the respect, would plummet. So there was this one girl in particular I'm thinking about that I said this to when she found out. She was like super submissive all over me. I mean, she was all over me. And then when she found out that I'm just a white collar, good working dude, then the thing is usually whenever I lay it down, the women just they can't get they have to stay, they can't leave. So she did come, right? She did come for that, but the respect was just not there. In fact, she would just come text me randomly, right? We would do the deed and then she would just leave. Like, yeah, I mean, you're absolutely right. It's upside down world. If you do the good, it's to the point where I've literally had to lie about how I make my income, right? And even when I told you, like I told you, I had a substance issue, and when I tried to when I eventually got rid of it, right? These women, like I said, they do substances, and so what I would say was that I can't do it right now. My probation officer is in a week or whatever. I have to get checked. I would literally say that in order to not be able to do it, and that can only work for so long. You can't keep saying that. So this is just the world we live in. I mean, it's absolutely. I mean, it's debauchery. I mean,
facts, bro. It's in the West. Everything that's good is bad. Everything that's bad is good. But I got a very similar story. I remember years ago in high school, right? Many years ago in high school, I wasn't getting chicks. I was studying every day, kind of trying to get the top grades. I was a good student in class, listening to my teachers, doing my homework on time, and I wasn't getting any kids. So I wasn't getting any chicks, and I was thinking, what's going on? Why am I not getting any girls? And then my friend told me, right, IP, right, if you act more bad, if you're more rude to your teacher, that could change IP. I was like, what? So I remember I thought about it for a couple of weeks and I thought, okay, let me try that, right? So one day I came to class and I started telling my teacher, shut up. And I started being like a bad boy, I started acting all hood, I started shouting at my teachers, not doing my homework. I started talking in slang like, yo, what's up, man? What's up, man? Yo, it's all good, bruv. I started like the proper English slang, all right, bruv, what you saying, fam? You good, yeah? I send that here, fam. You good, yeah, fam? What you saying, fam? And then magically, I got a girlfriend around 2 weeks after. All the girls were talking about me. IP's gone bad. IP's gone bad. And all the chicks everyone was talking about me. I was getting women were liking me. I got a girlfriend, and then I was like, oh, okay, cool. I got a girlfriend now. Women like me. I got options, and then I kept doing that bad boy stuff in class, right? And I became known for something. And my teachers noticed that IP's changed in his attitude and demeanor. However, that wasn't the true me, right? So even though I was doing that, like slowly and slowly, I stopped doing it because I'm not a bad boy at heart. So when the nerdy IP came out, when I started going normal, my girlfriend just dumped me. She's like, um, you've changed IP. I don't think it's gonna work out. You know? So what does that tell you, man? What's bad is good in the West, what's good is bad. So I just thought, listen, that's not me, right? Oh, I'm not going to do that for girls anymore. I'm going to be myself, study hard, wear my glasses, and that was it, man. You know. So essentially, if you were a bad boy in university, in high school, you were getting girls, and I experienced that for a short time. But I thought, that's not me, bruv. That's not me, bruv. This is how twisted, you know, society is in the West. It happened also at university as well. You know, if you were a bad boy, if you were hood, man, if you were hood, bruh, if you tell like this, bruh, if you had that swag like this, bruh, what's going on with you, bruh? You good, ma? You good, shawty? We out here, shawty. We strapped up, shawty. If you were like that, you were getting all the girls. But if you were like me, good afternoon, good morning, good evening. How you doing, sir? Are you okay? I'm gonna go to the library and study for 2 hours. They weren't checking for me, bruv. Brothers, man, what kind of life is this, man? So I went years just being frustrated. Listen, like it was like it was like a internal war happening in my mind. I want to be bad, but I'm a good dude at heart. I want the girlfriend, but I'm a good dude at heart. And to get the girlfriend, I had to change into a monster, into a thug. Bruv.
I feel
Bruv.
like
Go on, Buck.
Yeah. So the dudes I used to go to school with, at least the educated ones, they all. What happened was like the Pookies and Raras was getting the hood girls. Then the educated brothers actually went interracial. You know, they went for not Latino, and then it went for suburban white girls. Other ones, other went for Asian girls. So, at the end of the day, us educated brothers, we still gonna win. And the girls that used to pass up on us, they're gonna take L in life. When they start reaching in their 30s, and they got like 5 kids by five baby dads. I mean, they're gonna cry. They're gonna cry. And at the end of the day, we get the last laugh. While Pookie and Ray Ray is doing, he either got killed by the police, killed by another Pookie and Ray Ray, or he's in
Keep it
prison
coded, bro.
doing what is it, 25 plus years in life.
Keep it coded, man. Say deleted instead of KILL.
Oh
Keep
yeah,
it coded, bro,
yeah.
please.
So
Okay.
he's gonna the Pookie and Ray Ray. He's gonna be deleted by either another Pookie and Ray Ray, or he's gonna end up in jail for life, or he just might die early. So yeah. So at the end of the day, I mean, we're still gonna take W's. It's just that for us is an investment. So which is why I recommend guys, just when you in this West, focus on building yourself, focus on getting that degree, certification, so you can go overseas and and win and work, get a remote jobs. Trust me, man, I've been to overseas many times. There are genuine girls who really want to be in a relationship with us. Like they really want genuine about it, and they're not expecting much. and that they're not going to bring the same kind of headache, these women in the West are. So trust me, we're going to win.
Awesome. Thank you, bro. Um, Brothers, feel free to call in, and can we get the likes up, please? And can we get some support flowing? Hit the PayPal donation, hit the super chat. Any support will be greatly appreciated, man. Go on, JAM.
It's funny that what's your name? I'm sorry, I can't see it on here.
Buck.
Buck.
Buck, it's funny you said that. I'm glad you went first because that's exactly was my strategy. So essentially, it was like a hierarchy, right? With the races, the AB dubs had to be an absolute Tyrone type, right? In order to get them, in order to keep them, right? But then I noticed, right, as you went through the spectrum, right? Like for example, with Indian girls, just the fact that they were with a black man was enough of a taboo in order for them to get tintillated. You know what I mean? So when you say that the scholarly black dudes say internationally, yeah, I can see why that is, because and I watched some of these ABW streams where they say, oh, they pass up on the good girls or whatever. But it's really, when they say good girls, they're talking about the unattractive, large, overweight ABWs. And obviously, right, we want, right, attractive ABWs, right? But the attractive ABWs are attracted to Tyrones. So if you wanted to get a good-looking ABW, you had to be Tyrone. And if you weren't willing to be Tyrone, then you had to date out. It was that simple. So, I mean, when you mentioned, right, that, it's like, yeah, that's literally my life. You're absolutely right. And it's funny, IP, right, you mentioning your stuff. I think, you're a better brother than me. I'm not gonna lie, I did switch up. I did change in order to get the woman, because it's just to be without women like for such an extended period of time. It's like, it's funny how you mentioned, he said you look like Shrek. I used to think the exact same thing. I'm telling you, I thought the exact same thing. I was like, why? Because I'm salutatory of my school, captain of the track team. I'm nice, I'm polite, I'm courteous. I have a future. Why am I not getting these women? And so I literally, when I was a junior in high school, I accepted that I was just ugly, right? And that if I wanted to get the girl that I wanted, I'm gonna have to work hard in order to make money and get myself a trophy wife. That's really what I accepted. It wasn't until I went to college and I started lifting that I realized, oh, okay, I wasn't ugly, right? It's but yeah, that's really the truth. It's essentially they reward bad behavior. And the thing is, right, most men are only willing to work as hard as they need to in order to get access to women, right? So I've noticed this with myself personally. Once I started getting women easily, right, I stopped. I used to read 70 books a year in high school. I stopped doing that. I stopped studying. I just kept going through all these women, and then eventually I had an epiphany moment, because I started looking at myself and I was like, there are certain things that I would say that I would never do, or yada yada, and then I started doing them, and I'm like, and instead of realizing that what I'm doing is wrong, I would make justifications for it. And so just one day I just had a big epiphany. I'm like, I am becoming the man that I hate. So this is what I mean when I say that it's even if you can get these Western women, it's like, it's bad for your psyche, it's bad for your soul, it's definitely bad for your trajectory in life. I'm telling you this myself personally. I should be way farther in life than I am now. I'm lucky that I was smart, and I know mathematics. I did a good skill, right? I know how to code, right? I'm very lucky. If I didn't do that, I'd probably be way further behind than I am now. But these Western women will lead you to destruction, because that's what they reward. So I mean, yeah, I mean, and it's funny, like I said, IP, you said you went through your bad boy phase. Maybe if you dated, let me not do that, because you're gonna think I'm trying to get you back into Indian woman. But I'm just saying there's certain levels of badness that you have to do depending on each race. ABWs have to be absolutely destruction. I actually call it the Pop Smoke effect, right? If you know about Pop Smoke, right? He didn't used to always sound like this, He didn't used to sound like that. He actually sounded like a normal, upstanding brother. But then he realized if he wanted to get respect against the woman, he had to essentially become Tyrone. And so there's a video of his brother talking about this, about how he left. He didn't see his brother for a while, and when he came back, he started talking like this. And that's just the truth. People notice this. I mean, Tupac is the same thing. Tupac talked about this as well. So it's like they're literally incentivizing men to become the men that we don't want in society, because that's who they reward.
It's funny. It's funny how you mentioned, what's it called? Chotomatic Rosai. That means vitamin in Japanese. Hold on, bro. It's funny how you mentioned Indian and Asian, right? Now, the problem in the West, right? No, I am attracted to Asian women, right? But the problem with Western women, no, the problem with Asian women and Indian women in the West is that whether you're, this is me speaking UK, right? Mostly, whether you're a bad boy kind of brother or a good boy kind of brother, they're not checking. And to me, I just believe that Western Asian women and Western Indian women, a lot of them are just racist. Because I have seen, you know, you know, uh, stand-up brothers, educated brothers, well-to-do, smart, intelligent, right? They can't get an Asian woman in the UK. And when I say Asian, I'm talking Asian, Korean-born Asian, Japanese-born Asian in the UK, Chinese-born Asian. It doesn't matter what you do. If you're black, they don't want nothing to do with you. I'll keep it a stack. I will keep it a stack. But the other day, last week, right, I see a very gorgeous looking Asian woman. And she's walking side by side, holding hand with one of the most average white dudes I've ever seen. And I'm thinking, come on, man. Come on, man. Is a white worship that strong that you can't give an educated brother, right, who's a doctor, right, who's a chemist a chance? Nah,
Yes.
man.
Yeah.
Nah, bruv.
I mean, I seen, bro. It got so bizarre. One time, I see the most dusty backpacker white dude with a fine Asian girl, and I'm like, you. I mean, at least you could have went for your own decent Asian dude, and you going for this dusty dude. You know, when there's brothers that's educated, you know, who got their shit together, and you went for this dude.
Language, please.
It's just bizarre. But then it changes when you go to their country.
Yeah,
You go
like
to their
literally,
country, it actually
when I was in Japan, right, I was so I'm thinking, why is this 9.5 out of 10 Japanese chicks showing interest in me? This would never happen in the West. This is what I'm talking about, brother. The West is not our home, man. It is made for our destruction, and we need to get out of here and fight back. I see you poo in the background. Hold on, brother. Shout out to Mr. Johnny Walker for the $5 super chat. Thank you, brother, for the support. That's why I rock with Latinas. Even in America, Latinas will still give brothers, will still give good brothers play. That's awesome,
Yep.
man. I
This,
feel you on that there, Johnny Walker.
this is true. This is true. This is very true. Latinos do mess with the brothers in the states, but I just want to piggyback on the Asian thing. That yeah, it's they love the white guys over here. The Asian girls, they love the white guys over. Indians, no, they usually keep it to themselves. I never seen an Indian girl with a white boy or anything like that, but they tend to do when they go outside the race. They tend to go for the white rules, but for the most part, they tend to keep it to themselves. Asian women, they usually go hard at their men. Like they will make fun of their, the bottom size, whatever. I don't want to say in the panel. You know, they will make fun of them. They'll say these guys are small. You know, they say they'll say the guys are what is it? They remind them of their brothers, you know, family members. So that's why they don't want to date them. So that they really dog the Asian male
Brother.
parts like crazy. So it's the white worship with Asian women is true in the West. Like I said, that changes when you go to their country.
Yeah,
Latinos,
brother, hold on there. And let me bring in another caller in just so he doesn't jump off. He's in a different country. Pooh, give me a thumbs up, bro. Can I bring you in? Awesome. Camera on. Is that okay? Give me a thumbs up, brother. Camera on. Give me a thumbs up. Okay, awesome. Yes. Hey, Pooh's back. What's going on, Pooh?
What's good? What's good? What's good? I'm
Hey,
out
it's
here.
been a minute, brother.
Yeah, I know it's been a while. I'm out here looking at the views. I started watching this stream while I was walking right outside the base, and we hit the right subject today because it's about Filipinas, and that was all around me when I was walking around. But these level of women, this is ground zero of ratchetness where I was walking. it's as bad as it gets. I mean, I'm talking high body count, foul language, smoking, tatted up to the neck, fishnet dresses, the whole nine, you name it. And that's just how it is, man. I'm out here in Korea. This is where they work, you know. But a lot of them, they're gonna find a husband out there, working the bars. They're gonna find a husband. They're gonna find guys like some of the guys in the chat, you know. This is how it is. I think it's gonna be all mindset. I don't think it's about everybody else. I think it's about you on the inside, what you're looking for. You know, IP, you want a virgin, you want a certain type of woman. You're going to have to, you know, stay strong to that. You have to follow that mindset. Like, okay, this is the type of woman I'm looking for. How do I find this type of woman? Where? Very important. You might as well avoid all clubs and bars, buddy. That's just how it is. It's not. That's out of the question. I'm looking at women in front of me. They got like fishnet dresses. You can see the thong and everything. Like, see everything you want to underneath. It's insane out there what we brothers are choosing, because that's all I saw them with out there. It's nothing but brothers. It's ground zero. It's subterranean out there. All right, so I had to get out there. I have to get off that street.
Brother, was that in the Philippines or in Korea?
No, bro. I'm 15 minutes ago. Like 50, I rushed home when I saw that you were on. I started listening. I was like, oh, I'm coming home.
Brother, are you telling me, right, even in South Korea, you got brothers chasing after low-hanging, low-value Filipino women? Come on, man. What's going on, bro?
I hate to generalize. This is what we do. All right. That's what we do. There's a few code words that we like to use in this space when it comes to black men. It's a lot easier. Easy in all caps. That's the problem, because that's the only way we like things. Easy. We don't want to take the long route. We don't want to get educated. We don't want to get our body right. We want something easy. Let's get straight to the point. Even when choosing a damn wife. Yeah, that's the kind of women we put ourselves around. Something easy. You never want to put in the work. And that's what this channel should be all about. That's what self-improvement should be all about. The hard work, the journey to getting to your best self. That's how you find the right woman. All this vetting, asking her questions, she's gonna adjust to how she thinks you want her to answer. That's a woman. She's smart. She knows how to find a mate. You know, they're not as smart as they think they are, but they're smarter than we think. So she's gonna move according to, you know, she's gonna play the game just like you are. It's best just to watch her moves. Who's her friends? Friends of, you know, birds of a feather flock together. Her friends are loose. Oh yeah, your girl's out there. It's much more simple. Is all these asking questions. So I mean, when's the last time you dated somebody? Are you into your, you know, do you like your father? Get whatever. There's a bunch of hoes that love their father. Plenty of them. Whatever. How do you move through life? How have you moved through your life? It's pretty easy. Let's get, if you want a certain answer, ask a certain question. Don't be scared. Ask a question. We get low-hanging fruit. We don't ask any question. We don't care. It's easy to me. So that's how it's going to be. I mean, it was just, I just been listening to the chat. I heard the word Pookie way too much, coming from a former Pookie. Don't talk about us too much. I never had trouble with Pookie. I always took Pookie's woman. Pookie can't compete with me because I know what I want. I know how to present myself. Women want an adventure. They want something that's unpredictable. And so if they perceive you, just the perception of boring, which would be a guy they view as a nerd, whether he's really like that or not, it's all surface. So they're just going by like what they've seen on TV, what TV tells them, what they think. And so women want something, be a man about your purpose. Hey, I'm not all about you. That's not where my priorities lie. I'm about me. That's it. I'm about me, and what I'm doing, my wallet, my brain, my peace. Oh, then you're unpredictable. And now you're adventurous. Now you're fun. And that it goes from there, man. That's how you get your woman. That's how you get this. You want to weed these nasty chicks out. Weed them out like that. Hey, what's your body count? Let's tell the truth. No, I see you hang out with no. Don't play any games with them. No more games. Get out of here. So that's my rant, man.
Hey, thank you. Hey, welcome back, brother. Man, we missed you, bro. Thank you. Great statement there. I'm guessing South Korea is still good to you, brother. Brother, you probably know, brother. I'm leaning more towards South Korean women now because religion is important. Christianity is quite big out there in South Korea. I want to find a virgin Christian South Korean woman, brother. That might be where I'm leaning towards, brother. Am I right in thinking that, brother? Can I find a virgin South Korean Christian woman, brother, in 2023, brother?
I mean, I'm guessing your best chances would be that, but I mean, you're talking to another former Pookie here. I've had my best luck in the church. I mean, there's a lot of times people in the church. You got to think there's it's more of a perception of maybe you're purer than everybody else. It's more community. I probably seen more dirt in the church than anywhere. People got to live it. They just can't. It's not going with the motions. You can be somebody spiritual that doesn't have a certain denomination. Maybe someone spiritual that has high morals instead of a high body count. High morals, sound morals. What you do, your character, your character in action. You can say all you want. And how she treats other people, how she treats herself, how she is with her parents. You can find someone that's more traditionally ladylike, more classy, you know what I'm saying? Takes care of herself, believes in not having, sex before marriage. You might not find that in church. They'll say it, sure, they'll preach it. But are they doing it? It's a totally different thing.
See,
that's what it takes, a little bit of game, bro.
I noticed you said religion was a big factor in choosing women. Have you considered Malaysia and Indonesia? Since you said you like Asian women, or since we were talking about the topic, have you considered Malaysia and Indonesia?
I ain't got much intel on those countries. I'll keep it a stack.
Okay. I was just asking, but definitely agree with the brother that just came on, man. Definitely, it's all how you present yourself. At the end of the day, I mean, you can be the nice guy, but at the end of the day, you also gotta, have boundaries. You can't be that nice guy that, okay, people walk all over you. You can't not be that. You gotta be a man with boundaries. You gotta set boundaries. Yeah, you can be a good person overall, but don't let people come to your life and just dictate, where to go, where to do, and all that. So that's where, and I can understand why the women in the West kind of lose interest for the so-called nice guys is because of that reason. They let, like if somebody disrespects you, you gotta really, respond back, But that's what a lot of the women in the West respect about Pookies and Ray Rays. Now the Pookies and Ray Rays, they respect them because they speak their mind, number one. And number two, they're not afraid of losing her. So when you have that abundance, when you have that abundance and mentality, she will actually increasingly love you more for that reason. So it's like, don't be afraid to lose her.
Let me ask this, P, right? For a brother who's interested in South Korean women in 2023, right? How do we move out there, bro, to meet the right woman, to be in the right circles? Because I'm definitely thinking very hard about South Korea, brother, and I don't want to pick the wrong woman, God forbid, bro. How do we move out there as a passport, bro, in South Korea in 2023?
No, believe what your eyes tell you. Korea is a very weird place. Some people who came out here. You can go to the clubs here, Hongdae. You go out in the clubs. What you'll see, you walk in, you'll be surprised. What you see is men on one side, women on the other side. These people do not know how to socialize. All right, so Yeah, you know, they're playing our music, of course. And yeah, they're into what we do, but a lot of times you gonna is the social weirdness. You are an alien, prepare to be one, to be really treated like one. An alien, a Saiyan, if you will. That's what I like to say. Something extremely powerful with immense potential. And within an unknown factor about you. So you're gonna take advantage of that. You will go around, you're gonna smile. You know, do what you do. Because I like how you move through your videos, how you're cold approaching. It's gonna work here. It's gonna work. I think it'll work better for you here. Where they're a little more social, and what you're gonna find is, you know, certain areas you'll find a more international setting in certain areas, especially Seoul, like Itaewon. So yeah, just it's, you know, it's going to be so important that you have yourself together. That's the most important thing. Have yourself together before you step on the plane. Be confident. You should know what a hoe looks like, how she moves, how she talks. Ask questions. Don't be afraid. Don't beat around the bush. Let's not play fables here. There's no Cinderella. There's no magic at the end of the night. Well, maybe, but what you want to do, you want to get down to it. Stop playing the game. That's how you win. You don't play at all. Stop playing. Ask these questions. Are you a hoe? I like to. I used to. Oh yeah, I used to.
3 or 4. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I used to lead with that. Hey, how many people you been with? What kind of guys you like to date? Okay, how many boyfriends? How far apart were they? Ask those rough questions, and some women, the women who are real, they're okay with that. They'll answer. They might be like, "Oh, he's a little rough," but the women who start squirming, get a little offended. There you go. That's the wrong one right there. Get down to it. Stop playing. And I know you're about that. You know, probably more than most brothers. You how you carry yourself on this channel. You run your own channel. How you run your own chat. I'm sure you can. You know how to operate in that type of social, I guess, setting that is called Korean culture. You would be. I think you would work better here rather than even how you worked in Japan. I think you're destined to have a much better experience here. Plus, you got me, so you're going to be good, bro.
Yeah.
Thank you, man.
So in a lot of the Eastern cultures, like say for example Persia, Iran, these Arab countries, India, they actually discourage women from being thoughts. So when they find out that the girl has more than significant amount of body counts, they would actually like not date her anymore or not marry her, cancel the marriage and all that. So they very, very big on that. Like in their culture, like she got to be a virgin in order to get married, So definitely in the West is different. It's a different culture in the West. Being a thought is encouraged, so it's different vibe, man.
Yeah.
Yeah. Any intel on Malaysia, Indonesia? Any guys on the panel?
None here. I mean, I probably heard more bad things, to be honest, out of Indonesia than anywhere. Man, I'm not going to lie to you. I got more bad stories than I have good stories. But out of the good stories, I mean, they're great. Much better than what we're experiencing in the West. We're just a little more beat down in the West. And to the point, if we get a small win, we feel like it's just the greatest victory ever. And it's sad.
Yeah.
Oh my God, it's so much better. No.
Yeah, I mean, the way I describe the West is like if you're not a white boy, or if you're not a Pookie and Ray Ray, then you're not gonna win. So like this is why the whole passport movement, bro, came up.
And that's why I'm sick of the West, man. I think you're definitely right on. If you're not a white boy, you're basically a second class citizen. I keep telling you, man. I don't know how they're doing it.
even
I'm seeing some scroll. Hold on, man.
Ray
I'm seeing
Ray's
some.
winning. He's
Hold
winning
on,
in the dating
hold
market.
on, man. Hold on, man. I'm gonna put you on mute there. You know, I'm seeing some scrawny looking white dudes, man. Literally looking homeless with the baddest Asian chick. I saw that literally a couple days ago around my area. I'm thinking, what is going on here, man? And me, right, who dresses well, has a nice haircut, clean cut, is respectful, right, moves as a real man, can't get an Asian girl in the UK. It has to be racism. It has to be racism, man. That's the only way around it. What's your thoughts about that, Pooh?
Man, it's I guess everyone has their perceptions of what a real man is. So I guess you got to be whatever you're hunting. You know what I'm saying? You got to be that. Whatever you're hunting, you got to be that. So it's I don't know if it comes down to racism. Asians are usually colorists. They're not very good to each other either. So they're definitely not going to be good with us. That's just how it is.
Yeah, that's facts.
So just be strong between the ears, man. Just know what you want. Be strong within yourself and master yourself. Move your own way, and don't let anyone knock you off your path. You know what I'm saying? So a real woman will follow a real man.
Yeah, I believe it's racism, but it's even more than that, right? It's just what comes with dating a black guy, right? You have to understand that we're at the bottom of the totem pole, right? She will be judged, right? There's a term called mud sharks, right? If a white girl dates a black guy, right? Essentially, what's going to happen is if white people find out that you've been with a black guy before, right? They won't touch her again, right? It's just it's the truth. I mean, it's a huge risk on her, right? You've mentioned before, I'm not sure if it was you or someone else, but you mentioned how you go out to restaurants, you get worse treatment, et cetera, et cetera. So you need to be essentially 2 to 3 times the man, right, of the white boy in order to make it worth her while to be with you, right? Because there's just a lot of problems that comes with being black. I mean, that's the truth of it. She knows she'll be shunned from her community, not only the Asian community, but also the white community as well. So she'll just be viewed as a fun girl after she's been with you, assuming it doesn't work out. She'll get worse with treatment. So unless you're like the absolute best she can do by a significant margin, right, it's not worth it to her to be with you. Now she might go get with you on the low, right, on some Tinder stuff. You know what I mean? If she can not expose it to the world, but to be seen with you, it's a big issue.
It's a burden of a blessing. That's what it is.
I agree. Yeah. So so that's why it's easier to get these women in their country, because you don't have the same stigma, right, when a woman dates out over there. But in America, I've definitely seen it with the women, because I've mainly dated interracially, right, and I've definitely seen it with the women that I've been out with. Now they seen it was worth it because I'm an engineer, gonna make I'm tall, athletic, and I was making really good money, or projecting to make really good money. So that's the reason why I was able to get out with a lot of the Indian, white, and white girls, was because they saw essentially my pros were overwhelming my cons. I'm also a very confident dude, right? So if anyone tries to check me or do anything like that, that's not going to happen. I'm usually the center of attention in any group setting. So those things help me out. But you have to understand, if you don't have that, right, it's a lot of cons with just your skin color. I mean, it's just the truth. I mean, I'm sorry to say it, but I mean, I'm not here to tell you what you want to hear. I'm here to tell you what is, and that's frankly what it is. So you'll see a regular white guy. Yeah, he might not look as good as you, might not be as tall as you, as athletic as you, as dressed, or even have as much money as you. But she can get ingratiated into the majority culture and society if she's with that white guy. Whereas with you, it's going to be a lot more difficult.
Yeah, and that's why, man, we got to get our power levels up, and that's why, man, like, when I sit down by myself and think to myself, and bring my thoughts together and just see just how much the world shits on brothers, it's ridiculous. So we're suffering in the West, we're suffering in Africa, we're suffering in the Caribbean, we're suffering in America, bruv. Oh, obviously that boils my blood, bruv. You know, and Niger is trying to break free from France, and there's problems there. It's like we can't be free, bruv. And then not only do we get oppressed in our own home ancestral lands, we are demeaned in the West.
Well, why do you think that is?
Because, brother, there's a system, right, that is actively keeping down the black man. I don't give a damn what anyone says. It is a system. It don't make sense that I have to work 10 times harder than a white person in the UK to get half of what he gets. And I've seen mediocre white people get promoted over me, right? Get more praise over me, even though the majority of the people know that they didn't do ish. So they're living good in anywhere around the world, and we're living like peasants in the West, in Africa, bruv. That boils my blood, bruv. That boils my blood, bruv.
Yeah, but why do you think they're doing that?
I think
Racism.
they're trying to preserve power. That's what it is.
Yeah, I mean, I think personally it's because we can, like, so if let's say the black race didn't exist, right? Essentially the whites can compete anywhere, right? So I know we have a stereotype that Asians are smart. However, the top smart white guys can compete with the top smart Asian guys. Like if you look at chess, Magnus Carlsen's #1. I know the chess champion Ding Liren is Asian, but the top #1 guy is white. So the thing is, right, us as black people, we have something that the white people can't compete with, which is our physicality and what Pooh said, our Super Saiyan 3 energy, right? They can't compete with that, right? And so with every other race, right, whites feel like they can compete, right, and beat, right, the other races, whether it be in intellect, whether it be in physicality, et cetera, et cetera. Like if blacks didn't exist, whites would be the predominant race in physicality, right? But we have something that is just undoubtedly like that they can't compete with, which is our physicality and our Super Saiyan 3 energy. So that's why personally.
Let me tell you this, brother, right? Right. Even when it comes to intellect, right? We are up there as one of the smartest groups of people in the entire world, right? Without a single doubt. If you look at, look at what me and Theo are doing with the AWS and Python classes. There's a lot of smart brothers I see you, Johnny. Let me bring you in a minute. Hold on, brother. There are a lot of smart brothers, right? They are seeing their true potentials reached. A lot of smart brothers, because they've not been guided in the right way due to systems and factors that are actively, purposely misdirecting them. We got brothers passing the AWS certs, getting top grades, right? Not realizing they had all that potential all that time. And also, right, if you look at, the immigrant communities from African countries, the Nigerians, the Ghanaians, they are very smart. So we know that it's there, but there are certain factors in play, right, that are keeping us down on an intellectual level and a physical level and a cultural level too. Like I said, right, Niger, right, who is resource rich, somehow is one of the poorest countries in the world. That don't make sense, bruv. That don't make sense. Burkina Faso, all these African countries should be the richest countries in the entire world. The economic system, right, that wasn't created by us is exploiting us, bruv. And it is making my blood boil, man. Hold on, bro. Let me bring in Mr. Johnny just so I don't want to miss him. Johnny, give me a thumbs up, bro. Can I bring you in? All right, turn the camera off. Let me bring in Mr. Johnny in the background. What's going on, Johnny?
Doing pretty good, IP. How are you?
Hey, not bad, brother. Not bad, brother. Good to hear from you, brother. You good?
I'm doing solid, man. Doing solid. I finally made it back home from the gym in time to catch this stream because I've been missing a lot of them. But I wanted to quickly weigh in on what you were talking about us, struggling to land Asian women in like the West. And this is why I rock hard with Latinas, because even though Latinas are in America and in the UK, and even though you've got that Western programming kind of working against us, they will still deal with solid, educated brothers. They'll mess with Tyrones and Pookies too, but they'll mess with like solid, educated brothers. So like I'm always gonna have like a soft spot in my heart for Latinas versus the Asian women. When the Asian women get over here, what I notice by and large, and I'm not saying there aren't exceptions to the rule, but by and large, they want to associate themselves with whatever demographic. Well, one, they tend to still be loyal to their own, but two, if they're going to veer outside their own community, they're going to align themselves with whatever demographic is associated with like being politically and economically empowered. And as far as like America and the UK is concerned, white men are still politically and economically empowered, right? They're calling the shots, they're making the rules, right? Black men we're just not there. We're just not there. You know, now we had that whole community thing going on back in the 60s, right? But over the last 50 years, like the whole community has kind of just like, to keep it short, been destroyed, right? So the family structure is not there. The family unit's not there. We don't have like the social or the political or the economic capital to really offer the Asian woman something better than what the white man or what the Asian man can offer them. And then if you think about it, also like if I think about it from their perspective, they're going to ask themselves like what the other brother was. I think his name is just a moniker. What he was saying before. About how, oh crap, I'm starting to draw a blank, but he was touching on the fact that, okay, we have to be 10 times, 15 times better than, you know, our white counterpart or our Asian counterpart in order for them to actually want to make that sacrifice, because they are making a sacrifice, like a social sacrifice, a political sacrifice, potentially an economic sacrifice. And if you think about it, they're going to have mixed kids. They see how Black men are treated by the cops, by the authorities in general, right? So I think, yeah, I mean, to a large degree, I think, yeah, racism is like, it's definitely there because, it's definitely motivating it in part because the white man's racism in general is what drives them to maintain this kind of programming where they really, I guess, contort or direct the messaging in a way that puts them in a very, very positive light and puts us in a very, very negative light. But like at the end of the day, I think it's just that, you know, we're not as empowered. And that's why I agree so much with what you're saying when you say like Africa's got to rise, because if Africa rises, right, if the nations in Africa can either, you know, be a little bit more unified or, you know, have more of a world presence on the global stage, then just from that perception and that political backing and that might, it's going to put us in a better light, and it's going to improve our image, and it's going to make us competitive with white men, I think, in general.
Absolutely, brother. Absolutely. We need to get that power. And I've always said this, right? It doesn't matter what we do in the West. If our home countries, our obviously we're all American, we're all English or Canadian, but ultimately, right, our ancestral homeland is Africa, right? Even though we went through the slave trade, Jim Crow, we ultimately have come from Africa many, many years ago. Africa needs to rise for us to have, you know, influence in the West. It doesn't matter what we do in the West. If our home countries, okay, right, our homelands are not doing well, it's gonna impact us. You know, we need to get that power. We need power, bruv, and it has to come from Africa leading that charge, and them reaching out to us in the West to have that connection, man. We need that power, bruv. We need power, influence, money, wealth, military power, technological power. We got to start building, man. We have all the resources in Africa. We have gold, diamonds, oil, bruv. How are we in this position, man?
Yeah, I mean, like I said,
Man, I just want to say, man, you know, if you look at the world, man, things always will change. 500 years ago, Spain was like the most dominant country in the world, and now if you look at the dominance, Spain doesn't even crack into the top 20, you know, economies of the world. So it's like every dog will always have his day. It's just things will, it's not going to be the same things that's going to keep happening.
When is our time coming? But when is our time coming, bruv? That's what I'm waiting for, bruv.
As soon as like Africa right now is the perfect example based on, look what happened. Like you said, Niger. Look what happened over there. They what is it? Got rid of their puppet president, and now they're being penalized for that. Like now Ivory Coast is thinking about actually invading them. So a neighboring fellow African country is siding with the European superpowers just so they can reinstall that Western puppet in there. So it's to me, man, it's bizarre. And when you look at also what France did in Rwanda, they pitted one African tribe against another African tribe, caused a genocide where like 5 million people died. Then 20 years later, they came out and said they apologized based on what they did. So it's like it's they keep doing this. It's Africans, one thing, or as Black folks overall, like we should not be resorting to violence against each other all the time. Like we can't be like, okay, we can't be solving like every issue with violence. Like even here in the States, you see like dudes getting shot up over a fucking basketball game. It's like
language, bro. Language.
Yeah, we can't be doing that, and it's a cultural Black thing where we just fighting over small differences. So we cannot be doing that. We gotta, first of all, we gotta respect ourselves before others respect us.
Yeah, but I agree that this needs to be, Africa needs to take charge. Like for example, when the coup happened, right, and there was some racism towards the Chinese, right, that quickly got checked because there's China. Right, and China will not stand for that. They're not going to stand for any racism towards their people, no matter where in the world they are. However, racism is allowed to happen every day towards us Blacks because Africa can't do anything to check us. And so, IP, you mentioned, right? You're saying, when is our time? Our time will come, but it just won't come in our lifetime. So we need to do right. We need to play our part and do what we need to do in order to help facilitate the charge, right, and help Africa move forward. I'm personally invested in an African nation. I don't want to say what it is, but I am invested in there. And I know it's not going to happen towards our lifetime, right? We live maybe 80, 100 years max. So it's not going to happen towards our lifetime. But hopefully, right, as we do what we need to do, our kids and our grandkids, or essentially our lineage will be able to benefit from the fruit that we bear forth. So it is what it is. I personally believe that they do this against the Blacks because we can compete the most against the whites. I just said that I personally believe that. That's the reason why I think there's so much racism towards us. That's the reason why I think there's systematic oppression. That's why I think what happened with the 60s with Lyndon B. Johnson and him paying our women to kick us out the home, right? So that way, essentially we are the Black community is a matriarchy. I believe it's all done systematically because when you had good, strong Black families, you saw what happened. You saw what happened. Martin Luther King, Malcolm X, the Black Panthers. You saw what we did. We were very strong people, even when we had little to no resources. We were very strong. We were very resilient. So they had to kick the Black male out of the home in order to prevent that. And ever since they've done that, right, we have no more Martin Luther Kings, we have no more Malcolm X's, we have no more W.E. Du Bois's, Booker T's, et cetera, et cetera. And I personally think they focus on us the most because we are their greatest threat. So that's really what it is. So, don't view it as a negative because really what that means is that we have so much potential, right, for positive change, right, that they're focusing on us the hardest.
Thank you, bro. Go on, Johnny.
Yeah, no, I'm like really excited about this discussion because it's like you guys are hitting the nail on so many heads. The whites and Asians, they have a vested interest in keeping Africa divided. Okay, if Africa were to reunite, or like if Africa were to be united fully, right, with all of the natural resources that it actually has, because if you take into account all of the natural resources that Africa has, right, it it's because of all of the precious metals that are available in the mines that the Western countries can even power their smartphones, missile defense systems, weaponry, all the technology. All of that stuff is usually gotten from Africa. Okay. So if we were to kind of use that as leverage, we would have them kind of at our feet, right? And they don't want that, right? They only stand to lose. And going back to what JAM has been saying, like we're really the only true threat to either one of them, like on the planet, right? Because I mean, from a physicality standpoint, we're just more intimidating. Not trying to sound a certain way, but we're just a little more physically intimidating than Asian men. And like when it comes to white men, I mean, we can give them a run for their money. In terms of like Africa rising again, there was no doubt some point in history where we were on top, because I mean, if you think about the cradle of civilization, mathematics was invented by the Muslims. The Egyptian empire was a force to be reckoned with. There have been times in history where we were like blacks in general, like the Kingdom of Mali, right? I forgot what's his name, Mansa Musa. So reportedly one of the most the richest person to ever live in human history was apparently Mansa Musa. Okay, and he's from the Kingdom of Mali, which is located in modern day Western Africa. There was a time where we were totally on top, and like Europeans were somewhere in their caves, and in their own dark age. Right now they're on top, but I don't think that's permanent. I don't think that's forever. I just think that we need to stay the course. We need to continue doing what we're doing. What you're doing, you need to keep doing it. And I think over time through the generations, we're going to see a resurgence in Africa's prominence.
Lord willing, man. Yes, indeed, man. Yes, indeed. I hope so. I hope so, man. We got work to do, brothers. We have a lot of work to do. Shout out to Phil for what he does, man. Thank you, Phil, for teaching brothers AWS. Man, just gotta stay positive and keep pushing, brothers, man. Keep pushing, keep thriving. We need to make sure that the next brothers that come after us are set up for success and to dominate, have power, and do great things, man. I think we have a lot of potential. We have our own Elon Musk, we have our own Bill Gates, but there's no backing for these kind of brothers, man. We look at the story of Elon Musk, and when you read the story of Bill Gates, man, they came from rich families, wealthy families. They had a foundation for them to go forth and do great things, man. I'm sure that there's plenty of brothers smarter than Bill Gates, Elon Musk, the Google founders, but there's no resources for us to give to them to build a product like that. Now that's what pains me, man, because I know we're capable of great things. It really pains me, brothers. And I want to see Africa rise in my lifetime, man. I really do.
Well, we might just see that. I mean, these Western civilizations are not having kids. Same thing with China.
Yep.
And the future is live births. If they don't have children, I mean, that's why you're seeing so much immigration in the U.S. and you're seeing the immigration for the Arabs, right, in Europe, because they're not having kids and they have a welfare system, right? And if you know anything about the welfare systems, they're essentially a Ponzi scheme. The only way it works is if you have more people putting in than giving out. When Social Security was instituted in America, the average lifespan was 70 years. Right. So, obviously Social Security is given out at 65. So they only expected the average person to get 5 years of Social Security. Now people are living to be well over 80. Right. And the baby boomer population was the biggest generation in history. And now they're all at the Social Security age. And they're not having kids. So this is why you're seeing all these immigrants come to these countries, because despite their best efforts, they can't get the native populations to have kids. Native meaning that they were born in America or in Europe. And that's why you're seeing the same thing with the Arabs, right? So I personally think that the Arabs are going to take over Europe, right, if this keeps going, because the Arabs have kids and the Europeans don't. In fact, you're already starting to see this in certain places in Sweden, etc. Right? They're instituting Sharia law in some of these countries because they simply have the population to do so. Right? At the end of the day, right, population size matters, right? And if we just simply outbreed them, right, then we'll win. In fact, China is doing that now with the U.S. They're just biding their time. China's rising while the U.S. is falling. China has over 1 billion people, and so they're biding their time. They don't need to fight the U.S. now, right? If you know anything about the art of war, right, fight while you're strong and while they're weak. So they're literally just biding their time. And so the good thing about Africa is that we are having kids. So there's not a falling population of Africans. So maybe perhaps we just need to play the waiting game, and we'll see Africa rise naturally as a result.
And I think a huge thing is that the current economic system that we all live by and use was created by white people. If you actually look at the founders of capitalism, the concept known as GDP, gross domestic product, inflation, these are concepts that were created by white people in the past few centuries, right? And I personally believe that because we didn't create it, right, and because someone else created it, it's so easy for them to manipulate, or let's say keep countries down when it comes to economic value and currency. Because I was thinking, right, Africa is so resource rich. It doesn't need to abide by the current economic system. They can just trade amongst each other, get the oil, get the gold, get the food, get the grain, and they would be living great lives. The problem is, right, that the current economic system, right, is rigged. It doesn't work for black people without a doubt. Because if you look at the founder of capitalism, right, he's a white Scottish guy. I was researching the other day, GDP, where did that come from? Gross domestic product. It was created by a white Scottish guy, and obviously when the Brits conquered the world, right, they pushed these capitalism values all around the whole world. So every country has to abide by GDP, gross domestic product. Brother, this ish runs deep, man. It runs deep.
Gaddafi back in 2011 was trying to unite Africa, all and have one big African currency. And guess what happened to him?
Yeah, this is what I'm talking. Because obviously one African currency, it doesn't abide by the European standard.
It would be a big problem, though, I think, in general for the rest of the non-African countries. I think if we were united and we were operating with one currency, because now you're really just looking at an entire continent that is using one currency. I think that probably, long term, probably spells disaster for.
But the EU, Johnny, has one currency, the European Union, that's euros. So why can't we as Africans? This is what I'm talking about, brother. You got there's a single currency in Europe called the European Union that uses the euro currency, and over 28 countries use it.
Right.
So Africans can't have their own currency. I think at this point, right, we're gonna have to go to war.
It would be a problem, I think, for the Western powers if Africa had one currency. I think that's probably why it hasn't happened, right? Because going back to what the other brother said, Gaddafi's no longer here, right? Because he was trying to do something that I think would have been a true threat to Western white hegemony.
Yeah, and I slightly disagree, IP, with what you were saying about the economics, about them creating this. I don't think they created it. I think they discovered it. In other words, this already existed. They just coined the language and the terms, right? What I do think that they created, right, that they help manipulate is the banks, right? That's what I'm talking about, right? The banks, the banking system, right? You saw what happened with the U.S. with Russia, right, where they tried to sanction Russia and they stole their reserves, right? This is how they manipulate countries, right, is through the banking, right? That is, an absolute issue, and that's what we need to solve for. But the thing is, right, we're weak, right? So this is what I'm saying, where we just need to bide our time, because these European nations are falling. In fact, even Japan, right? Japan was a very homogeneous society until very recently, because they're having falling birth rates. So now they're finally starting to accept some foreigners, because they literally have no other choice, right? Their population is aging out. They're not having kids, so they have to do this, right? And this is happening everywhere where Western influence is occurring. So really, I think it's just about biding our time. Like when Rome fell, right? The Western, I call it honestly America, right? The America hegemony, right? It's going to fall as well, because they're simply not having kids. People are not reproducing. They have no reason to. You see, with the military in America, people are not even signing up for the military. They have no reason to do so, because most people don't have families, they don't have kids, they have nothing to fight for. So we just need to bide our time. Once they fall, right, then we can rise. But right now, if we were to fight them, we would lose. I mean, they have nukes. So we just need to wait until essentially they collapse. And don't get me wrong, they will collapse. It is inevitable. It is going to happen. It's just a matter of when, not if. But in terms of like the economics, right? That's just a law of life, right? I mean, so when John, I think the person you're talking about that coined capitalism, his name is John Smith, right?
Yeah.
He was more so explaining a phenomena, right? He's not like he invented, right, a capitalistic system, right? He was explaining a phenomena, right? So the real influence comes from the banks, right? Like, for example, America, I don't know if you know about GDP or anything like that, but we're like 33 trillion plus, right, in debt. Yet we're still the richest country. Why is that? The reason why is because people believe in the dollar, right? We don't even produce anything anymore. We used to be the net producer of the world. Now we're the net debtor of the world. In other words, the only reason why we're rich is because people give us stuff for free. So what happens is they produce the stuff, which actually takes time, work, effort, etc., and we just print dollars. We don't even need to print dollars anymore, because we live in a digital age, but we just give them dollars, right? Once that ends, once countries realize they don't need to do that anymore, then that will cease. And that's already starting to happen now with what's happened with Russia, right? We tried to sanction Russia. It didn't work. It hurt us and it helped them. And people are starting to notice this. They're starting to pivot towards Russia and China, because they're realizing that America's losing its influence financially. And yeah, that's just how it is. But in terms of capitalism, right, we need capitalism. Capitalism is what helps grow societies, right? It's just the fact that America and these Western countries are not really capitalistic anymore. They do control the banks, so they do control things like inflation, right, and currency devaluation. And that's how they've been using this to help influence a lot of these other countries, right? But they're slowly losing their power. It will cease probably in the next 100 or so years. We just need to bide our time.
So once they lose enough power, it'll be China. It'll pretty much be China. And what has me concerned is the fact that China has its foothold in Africa so deep. I mean, there's a part of me that thinks, okay, it's good to some degree because there's some development going on, but at the end of the day, I know it is all for their benefit. It's more so to their benefit than it is to ours, and it's going to give them a ton of leverage throughout the world, because they're going to have access to our mines, our roadways, our plants, like their plants, their factories, their natural resources.
I mean, they're already doing that right now. I mean,
right.
They're saying, okay,
pretty much China
to build this the bridge. For example, I'm just using bridge as an example. We're going to give you a loan, and you pay us in X amount of years. And if you don't pay us, then we're just gonna lease a port city from you for 100 years. And that's what they did to Sri Lanka, and that's what they did to I think Tanzania. They got a port for them because Tanzania couldn't pay back their loan, the interest and the loan, and that's what they're doing. China. People are thinking, oh, China is helping Africa. Nah, China is benefiting from this. Yeah, Africa is benefiting also, but China is leveraging their currency and their resources, their monetary resources for this. So just don't think when China is in Africa for good deed. Don't think that. And I would say, man, if the West loses power and China gains power, I would say it would actually be worse. Racism would be way worse because Chinese don't care about ethics. They don't care about all that stuff. At least in the West, they have some kind of sword of ethics going on, But if China takes over, I would say it's over for the world overall.
they're more anti-black. They're more anti-black than America is, essentially. That's
Yeah,
why
they're
I'm troubled by it, because
black then.
Sorry, go on, Johnny.
yeah, I'll be quick because I definitely want to hear what you have to say. But yeah, the reason why I think it's super troubling is, okay, one, they're using it using the entire continent as a chess piece to pretty much win the long-term war against America, which I think that eventually they probably will win. And then when they do, and they're on top and they have access to more of Africa's resources than any other country in the world, then you're going to start to see, I think, Africa's position become more precarious, because the Chinese, they just have this anti-black attitude and culture that's like an undercurrent that's like running all throughout their culture, and I think that's just going to reverberate back on Africa.
Africans, please get your ish together, Africa, man. We can't be getting dominated by, okay, so first the Arabs, now the white people, now the Chinese. Come on, man. Go on, Buck. Flipping it.
I was just gonna say that I definitely agree with you. I was just gonna piggyback though on the Chinese situation thing. With China, it's actually not China versus America. It's China versus the West. So China versus America, Canada, France, UK, Germany, all of them versus China. So it's like all of them countries are wedging, like, there's a proxy war going on right now against China. Like, and you'll see, like, right now, the biggest proxy war in the world is actually happening in Congo. There's a war going on over there right now where, like, Russian and China are funding one tribe, one rebel group. Then the U.S., the Western powers, are funding another tribal group, and they're funding both sides, and they go in war against each other, all for that mineral right now. And whoever gains the most abundance of that mineral wins the. Because you got to think about the chips where they make your phones, your computers, a laptop, everything. It comes from Congo, and whoever gets the most abundance of that resources wins the war overall, the proxy war overall, and that's how they can get the dominance, and that's why France right now, they're very the West, they want to sanction that president in our Niger for doing that, because the Niger military is actually also being funded by Russia and China. So it's like there's two sides to this equation. So it's like in Africa overall, it's being used as a proxy war for the West, and also for China and Russia. So it's like two sides, fighting against each other for that reason. So it's don't think the West is in Africa for one reason. Yeah, there's other groups that's in there for Russia and China, India, Turkey is actually also in the mix right now. So.
How is Turkey in the mix? Tell us, my bro.
So Turkey, they're actually in a mix in several African countries. They're coming to Africa. They're doing the same thing as China is doing. Okay, they're saying, okay, we're gonna build this railroad for X amount of billion of dollars, but you give us this. So they're kind of doing the same thing, as China is doing. So other countries are mimicking what China is doing. So. Because the whole world is seeing Africa right now for the abundance of resources we have overall. So everyone wants to get a piece of that pie, and that's why this whole big proxy war is going on in Africa. Unfortunately, a lot of lives are being lost. A lot of African lives are being lost. At the expense of it. But Africans just got to unite. Just got to get this shit together. Stop. Wedging war of a little political, differences and all that, and just stick together. I like what Tanzania president did during the pandemic. Tanzania went through like economic downturn, and China came over and said, "Hey, we're going to give you a loan just to help out with your economy." And the president back then, he turned it down. He said, "Nope, we're not going to become a debt slaves to China." And I hope other African countries, they follow the same method, man.
So I'm looking here, right? I'm reading the article. It says here, Someone has been called the first Chinese chief in Africa. Come on, bruv. In Nigeria.
I mean, in certain schools,
Do you think, right, he's truly for African people? He's gonna be for you know what, right? At this point, right, Africans need to fix up. They need to fix up, man. That's what I gotta say. Africa, a lot of them just don't care about the country, the continent. I know it sounds a bit messed up, but they gotta fix up.
Nigeria has sold out to the West, I think. I think Nigeria is totally sold out to the
This is
West.
kind of what Pooh was saying earlier, right? We always take the easy way out. And honestly, I can't blame them because, we're not in that situation. We're not in abject poverty to tell these people, hey, you're in abject poverty when you can literally get out by essentially selling your soul. But please don't do so for your great children, your grandchildren, et cetera, et cetera. Like, I want to say I wouldn't do that, but I feel like most people who are put in that situation, they're going to take that deal. But I actually kind of disagree with the whole China being worse. I know China's more anti-black than the West is, but however, China does leave countries alone. They mainly influence people, right, economically, but they don't try to influence people socially. You have the West where they're trying to tell these countries that they have to accept
Rainbow
the
stuff, right?
yeah, exactly, right. And obviously, that is literally killing nations. That's not going to help us thrive. That's going to lower our birth rates, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So as long as we're able to keep our way of life in Africa, right, even if there are some financial constraints, right, eventually we can somehow overcome. However, if we don't have kids, then that's the end. That is the end. So I personally believe that it's actually better for the African nations, right, to be influenced over China, over the U.S. I mean, I hate to say it, because I am from the U.S., but the U.S. is absolutely the devil incarnate right now. There is a chip war that's happening, right, and they are dangling dollars, and they are dangling funds, right, to these African nations in order to influence them. Really, what we need to do is we need to build for ourselves. Right. I mean, we can't have people build for us. That's not going to help us with our knowledge. It's not going to help increase the intellect of the people overall there. We need to do this for ourselves, but it's going to take a lot longer to do so. So this is like kind of like to bring back full circle what Pooh is saying is we always end up taking the easy way out, and then it just stings us in the long run because we just whatever's easier is what we do.
Let me bring a new caller in. Gavin, can you turn your camera on in the background so I know you're not a troll? You're confirmed. Thank you, Gavin. Thank you. I think before I bring in Gavin, right, what annoys me is that obviously as all of us are brothers here, right? We make our money in the West, right? And we can only make our money in the West. We can do it in other places, but it won't be as fruitful as the West. Now, the Chinese people, right? They can make money in the West, but they can also make a lot of money in China. The Japanese people, they can make money in the West. They can also make a lot of money in Japan, South Koreans, Arab people, etc., etc. So essentially, we're pigeonholed, right, to only making money in the West, and it'll be harder for us to make money in Africa or our homeland, right? So essentially, we actually have to rely on Western countries that don't like us, okay, that hate us, that demean us to make money, bruv. We need to change that, man. They're the most resource-rich continent on the earth. Bruv, I feel some type of way about that, man. I ain't gonna lie.
Well, it's like what you said.
Go on, bro.
Sorry, no, I was going to say, it's like what you said. We need a dominant industry, right? We need, like every other race has an industry that they dominate, and we have none. We need a dominant industry, and if it's to be IT, then that's a fantastic place to do it. But we need to dominate. We need to have funds, and we need to have money so that we can fund these things. Because what's happening is that when these other countries come to Africa, they get rich, but they get rich using the money that they've made in their countries and using to build infrastructure over there in Africa, and then capitalizing off it. We don't have the funds. We simply don't have the money. Right. So we need to promote excellence. I mean, like I said, we have to work 3 times as hard to get half as far. Right. We need to promote it. And it is what it is. It's our lot in life. Right. We can cry about it and say, why do I have to work hard? Well, I mean, a woman can say the same thing of why does my body count matter? Because you're a woman. That's what it is. It is what it is. So we have to work hard in order to see the things change. And that's our lot in life. And it is what it is. We have to do it. And I think that what you're doing here, right, promoting IT to brothers, right, hopefully maybe in a couple of decades, right, I think it's less than 10% of brothers or just minorities in general, but maybe, imagine there's Imagine 40% of us are dominating IT, like in 2 decades from now, or it's over 50% later, right? And you know how important IT is, right? To industries, to everything. Imagine we start doing that, things will start changing a lot quickly.
You want to say something, Johnny, before I bring in Gavin?
Yeah, no, I was just gonna pretty much say an amen to what he just said, because right now, at least in America, and I don't know, probably the same in the UK, the only fields, if you want to call them that we dominate are sports and entertainment, and we have to dominate something that matters, something that like helps make the world go round. You know, it's either going to be finance, technology, politics, or law. And I mean, with what you're doing, like that's a huge step in the right direction. So if we can find a market and corner it where it's you know, maybe not majority run by brothers, but we're a large fraction, a large share, right? Then that's a chess piece that we can move in, like in the long game of things.
And then we can discriminate because we have the power. We can discriminate. We can make it harder for other people to get in. We can gatekeep.
Correct.
Yeah.
Absolutely correct.
I mean, I definitely agree with the brother that said we got to dominate industries. You know, other groups, you know, they dominate industries, you know, but we don't have, other than, you know, the sports entertainment field. That's the only industry we dominate. But the thing is, like, that doesn't show like power. Like, if you want to get true power, you got to dominate industries that's going to get you a lot of resources. So we just gotta promote excellence, you know, promote, you know, I like what IT's International Passport is doing. He's encouraging brothers to get their, IT certification. So if we can keep doing that, dominating industries, promote ourselves, promote within, then we'll get ahead.
Yes, indeed. Thank you, man. Let me bring in Gavin. What's going on, bro?
Yo, IP, what's going on, man? Can you hear me clearly?
Loud and clear. Before you speak, brothers, get the support flowing and hit the super chats, hit the PayPal donations. But at the very least, please like the video. Likes are very important. Please show some support. That'd be greatly appreciated. I'm good, Gavin. How you keeping, bro?
Man, I'm keeping. Definitely happy to be here. I'm gonna keep it brief from my call in for this point, because I guess I'm still, you know, trying to learn my place in this fight and how I can be of more support. But I have just a few points. The first most important point that I have, and I really want to take my time with these points, I really wish more Black men were as passionate as you are, IP, about everything that you're speaking to. When it comes to our race, our culture, I feel as though we have too much of a passive mindset. You know, the other cultures, the other races, they play with aggression. They take what they want to take. They so-called discover things. They really go for it. They go all out for it. But I feel like us as a Black community, we show way too much kindness because we want to be perceived in such a positive light that sometimes we forget to go hard for what's rightfully ours. You know, I'm not saying that we should go around just destroying stuff and acting belligerent, but in the same breath, I feel like us as Black men, we need to start playing offense even more, because it's one thing to talk about it. It's one thing to speak well about it on these platforms and when we're amongst ourselves, but we really do need to start dominating more than what we do, because I'm tired of us being in last place personally. I've had enough of it. And as I mentioned that I'm still trying to find my place in this fight, I challenge every brother that's listening in on this phone call that may not necessarily know what they're skilled at to really do some soul searching and find that out. You know, we need to start a lot more of our businesses, and we need to, it's one thing to have a positive mindset, but I feel like a reflection needs to be shown to all of us, like a mirrored reflection that showcases just how much in last place we really are, because we really are in last place. And I feel like our standards across the board just really, really needs to be raised up. I'm pretty sure after me speaking these things, there's probably going to be some brothers that want to come for me after speaking like this, but I really don't care. Like, it's really time for us to start playing offense much more than what we do. My last point, because I hear this a lot, not necessarily on this platform, but just in general. You brothers really need to stop using the N-word towards each other and amongst yourselves in conversation, because you cannot expect the rest of the world to quit viewing you that way when you so comfortably and casually use it in your conversation. I have completely stopped anyone. It doesn't matter what your skin tone is. I don't care if you're light skin, dark skin. I don't allow anyone to refer to me as that word. Lastly, IP, I really wish more brothers would be more passionate about you, about things like you are, because I'm not hearing enough of that. I'm hearing it in the discussion on this panel, but just as a whole, Black men need to be as passionate as you are, if not even more. And we really need to be on the offense. Final thing that I'll say, brother, I finally booked that IT consultation. I booked it for August 20th because I'm really ready to do something different with my career, because I feel like what I'm currently doing in human resources has me stuck, and I don't like that. So that's all I have, brother.
Awesome, bro. Thank you very much for booking your consultation, brother. Looking forward to helping you out with that. But your 2 points are you hit top, no, you hit it on the head.
IP, you there?
Oh shoot, can you hear me?
I can hear you. Yeah, I'm not sure.
So you can't hear me, Gavin? Can you hear me, bro? Gavin, can you hear me?
Hey, is anybody on the panel hearing me?
We can hear you, bro.
Seems like you can't hear us.
We can hear you, bro. I write in the chat. We can hear you. All right. So yeah, Gavin's right there. N-word use. Let's all drop that, please. It's a slur. Nigga. The other one, it sounds the same. I don't know who came up with that, but I'm extremely disappointed. I don't say it. Let's not say it, brothers. It's not a good look. Number 2, yep, we got to start being on the offensive, man. We need to have that killer mentality. We need to have that conquest mentality. We need to want to be at the top and dominate. And we need to help each other out, man. We need to have and this is what we're doing with this is what me and Theo are doing in our classes, having like-minded brothers helping each other out, feeding each other intel. This is what other groups of people do. Brothers, we got to start being on the offensive, man.
Yeah, but
when I say why I put brothers first, I put brothers first. I don't play no games, man. I'm telling you, we got to start being on the offensive. We need to be brothers first and foremost. This is what other groups of people do. If we don't do it, we're going to continue being at the bottom in the West. And let's drop that word, the N-word use, man. Let's drop that completely, brothers. High value brothers don't say that word. There's a lot of evil and a lot of pain behind that word, man. For us to be thrown around in rap songs, in movies. I'm disappointed, man. It's just too much issues with Black people worldwide. So in Africa, brothers are poor. In Africa, in the Caribbean, brothers are poor. In the West, brothers are also poor. Now we're calling ourselves racial slurs. Now we got we're killing each other. It's too much issues, man. It's too much. Bruv, it's too much,
I definitely agree
man.
with that statement, man. We just, like I said earlier, we just got to respect ourselves, man. And another thing is, like, we got to be on code. I know other, groups, like when they are in public, they behave certain way. But us Black men, we got to be on code, like we can't be acting reckless. We can't be, saying the N-word every 5 seconds. We can't, I know the Pookies and Raries give us a bad name, but we just got to call it out sometimes. Like if we see somebody from our group behaving that way, we just got to call them out and just pull them to the side and say, hey, you can't behave this way, because one person does one thing wrong and our whole image gets, bad. It's like, we don't want that.
it goes deeper than that. Like, the thing is, not only can we not say it, we can't support the media that promotes it. We can't listen to that music. We can't watch the movies where they say the word. We can't do any of that stuff. And the thing is, it's very difficult because the health of the state is live births, right? Yeah, we may not use it, right? But the problem is the ABWs are not producing with men like us. They're producing with the Pookies and the Ray Rays. So even if we don't use it, we'll die out, and the next generation is going to use it. So that's the issue here. Like, the thing is, unfortunately, we're gonna have to divest. We're gonna have to create a new Black community, right? That is not gonna look like how we do, right? Because obviously we're gonna be dating out, but we need to provide a new Black community, and then we also have to build up, right, Africa, because the thing is, right, you say we're at the bottom, but we're actually not. Hispanic men make less than we do. But Hispanic men get more respect because they have a homeland, right, that is, decently thriving, that won't tolerate disrespect for any Hispanic man anywhere across the world. Unfortunately for us, Africa is, not doing well. So even though we make more money, we make like 10,000 more than the average Hispanic man, right? We still get treated lesser because we don't have a homeland that can support us all across the world. So we need to build up Africa. That is the number one thing. We need a homeland, right? Like every other group of people has, right? Indians have India, Chinese have China, the Europeans obviously have Europe, right? We don't have anything to support us, right? Even if we're rich here, it's like Kanye West said in his song, right? Even if you're rich, you're just a N-word in a coupe. That's what it is.
Yeah, facts, bro. Yeah, even if you're rich in the West, I mean, that can be taken away from you. You have no power over your own life in the West. I keep it a stack because it's not your homeland. It is not our homeland in the West. We have no power over our lives in totality. Go on, Johnny.
And if you think about it, it was pretty much given to you. Like a lot of the money and power that you have, I mean, it's coming from the West. It's coming ultimately from the white man. Yeah, sure, it's coming from, all the communities, but because it comes from them, it can be taken away by them.
Facts.
Absolute
facts. So that's what I'm saying, man. Africa needs to rise, man. And I think if it means we've got to go to war, we've got to go to war. Because I'm tired of being at the bottom. I really am. I'm tired of being at the bottom, man. Knowing that, my ancestral background, we come from the most resource-rich continent in the entire world. No Black person on earth should be poor. Congo has resources that's worth $1 trillion. No Black person should be poor. I was watching a video by the Burkina Faso leader, right, 35-year-old. Who said in the Russia and African conference that Africa is so rich. How is any African poor? Flipping heck, man! I'm about to break this flipping mic because I'm fuming right now. Really, I'm literally angry. So we are 3 hours 5 minutes. I need to sleep, brothers. It's 5 a.m. over here in the UK. So let's go to everyone for their closing statement, and we're gonna wrap it up, man. Great live stream. Thank you very much for calling, brothers. So we'll start with you, Buck. Brother, do you have any closing statements?
Yeah, I mean, guys. I feel like guys should just focus on themselves. Improve themselves. Get a remote job, move overseas. I would suggest like traveling to various different countries and then, come back to that country when you have your shit lined up and then permanently move there and get, while working a remote job, and get a decent girl and live your best life because the West is not for us, man. It's not for us. It's for two groups of people: the white man and the Pookie and Ray Rays. Those are the two people that are winning. For the other folks, we're not. So just get your passport, get a remote job, move overseas, live your best life.
Yes, indeed. Thank you, bro. Thank you very much, Buck, and thank you, brother. Mr. Gavin, do you have any closing statements?
Yeah, I definitely do, IP. Sorry for my internet. I'm not sure what happened there, but just continue to start being more aggressive, brothers. Start being more aggressive and boycott any and every musical platform, theater production, movie production that would dare to use that N-word. Like, stop using it in your conversation. Raise your standards in yourself, brothers. And we really need to support IP more with what he's doing, because I'm going to be honest, it frustrates me so much with every live stream that he has. He has to ask us, get the likes up, get the likes up, get the likes up. Brothers, it's simple. Come in, hit the like button. Like, what are we doing here, guys? And I know I'm speaking with anger in my tone, but I'm just as passionate as IP. I'm sick of seeing us in last place. I'm tired of going to places. I live in a white community here in Arizona, and I'm tired of going to places where other white people look at me like, oh, you actually made it here? Like, you actually have money to shop here? You actually have money to dine here? Yes, I do. We need to start playing on a more aggressive side. It's time to start playing offense, brothers. We're way too passive, way too passive. It's my closing thoughts, IP. Thank you so much. Much love to you, brother.
Hey, thank you, brother, for the kind words, man. I appreciate you, brother. Thank you very much, man. And he's right about that. I only got 7 super chats, and it's always the same people: Johnny Walker, Intellect. I mean, Mufasa, Dems Wood. The same people that always support, even though this has over 1,000 views on this live stream. And I'm speaking that real. And only 7 people, and it's the same people that are sending super chats every single live stream, man. Brother, you gotta support more, man, because I'm the only one that's speaking real stuff on this channel. I'm the only past people that's speaking this real stuff, man. Who else is telling brothers get into IT, dominate IT? Who else teaches brothers once a week Python? Who else teaches AWS like Theo does? We're actually doing physical work, and I hardly get any support. It's crazy to me. But some guy will talk about nonsense, right, in different channels, and the super chats flying, and what he's talking about isn't changing your life in any shape or form. Just complaining. While on this channel, there's solutions, there's actions here we're working towards. I'm just baffled, man. I really am. Thank you, Gavin. Much appreciated, brother. That means thank you, brother. I'll speak to you very soon, brother. Awesome. So, Mr. Just Another Monica, JM, do you have any closing statements, bro?
So I was just saying that I don't think war's the answer because we'll lose. We're weak right now, right? So I really do believe that everyone that has this mindset needs to reproduce as much as possible, right? The war, right, is live births, right? So we need to have as many kids as possible, instill them, right, raise them right, so that they can rise up and do well. We need more of us. We need to replicate more of ourselves, right? We're losing because the Pookies and the Ray Rays are replicating more than we are, right? So we need to have a lot of kids. Like I said, my dad had 10 plus kids and his dad had 10 plus kids. I plan on continuing that and having 10 plus kids myself. We need as many kids as possible. I second what Gavin said. We need to boycott these medias that are making us look bad, right? Essentially, right, we need to become the men that we want to be and replicate as many as possible, right? So we need to help the brothers who are willing to change, and we just need to ignore and discard the ones who are not. I mean, it's that simple. It's unfortunate that essentially people only care about entertainment. That's the reason why people who just complain about this stuff, they get way more super chats or they get more support than someone like you who's solution oriented, because people don't actually want solutions. They just want to complain for the most part. They don't actually want to support their lives. And we can't force these people to change, right? But what we can do is we can have big, large families, right, where we can instill these values, right? Because it's much easier for someone to become the man that they want to be, right, if they're raised that way from birth, than to learn later. Like, it's just the truth. I mean, so with that being said, this is a fantastic stream. I appreciate you having me on IP, and just know that your support does not go unnoticed. I personally think that your channel is being throttled because they don't want more of us to be out here. So that's about it.
Hey, thank you very much, Mr. J. I'm looking forward to speaking to you next time. Peace out, bro. Thank you, bro.
Later.
Awesome. JM in the building. Thank you, brother. Mr. Johnny, thank you, brother. I want to say first and foremost, brother, you supported today. You supported 2 times today, Johnny. No, 3 times, bro. So thank you, bro, for the support today, brother. It means a lot to me, Johnny Walker, man. Trust me, brother. What you do for the channel, your expertise, your advice, your support means a lot to me, brother. Thank you very much for the bottom of my heart, Johnny. Thank you, brother.
Oh, dude, you're totally welcome. I mean, I think it's the least that I can do, because in my mind, like, you are like the example of what a brother should be in the way of mindset, in the way of action, in the way of actually following through on a game plan that is actually going to, one, set us free from the West, and two, allow us to self-actualize and live the kind of lives that I think we all feel we were meant to live. And, you know, I'm going to make this quick because this will, you know, be my closing statement. So that way.
Take your time, bro. Take your time, bro. Take your time, brother. I'm here.
And I know it's super late over there, but, you know, I totally support everything that you're doing 100%. And, you know, just to all the brothers that are listening, like, IP's channel is like the only channel whose long form content I actually watch. Like, and I am just speaking from experience, having followed this guy's advice for the past, I want to say 10 to 12 months. I mean, first, you know, going back to early 2022, meeting Theo for the first time, getting cloud certs. I mean, I'm already in tech, right? But, you know, I can't not be a part of this IT/cloud movement. So that's sort of like my side thing, my side hustle that I'm investing in. But I wouldn't be in the place that I am today, like mentally, from a mental standpoint. Just, I'm at a place of peace right now because I'm actually following your advice. I'm only using the West for its resources. I'm only using the West for its economic opportunities, right? You know, I have my job, right? It's a solid job, well-paying job. I go to the gym, I read, I study a language, I watch your content, and I look forward to my next international trip. I don't deal with Western women simply because you told me a long time ago, just don't deal with them and watch your life change. You told me that like 7, 8, 9 months ago. And I've been doing that consistently since this past January. I have not dealt with any Western woman, and I can say, like, I'm just happier overall. I'm not frustrated. I'm at a place of peace. At the same time, I'm also not thirsty, because I'm at that point in my life where, you know, of course, yeah, I've had women both inside the West and outside the West, but I can wait until my next international trip, until my next overseas trip, because dealing with those women is so much better. It's a breath of fresh air. It's refreshing. It's like night and day. When I was trying to make it work with Western women, sometimes it would be smooth, right? But at some point it would hit a bump in the road, and then there would be frustration, and then eventually be a waste of time. So I just want to, you know, take a brief moment to tell all the brothers listening right now, what he's saying, it's life-saving advice. And I can't for the life of me understand why more folks wouldn't be supporting you, because you and Theo are actually presenting solutions. You highlight the problem, but then you also provide a solid solution, and you're providing a wealth of information, a ton of information. I mean, you must have, probably thousands of hours of content across scores of countries, 30, 40 countries. So any brother, doesn't matter where he is in the world, all he has to do is listen to a video of a country that you've done an expose on, in terms of what's it like working in IT there. You know, what's the weather like? What's the food like? What's the culture like? What's the woman like? And he can decide for himself, is that a country that I'd like to, you know, expatriate to or move to? I do believe that YouTube is systematic, or, you know, undertaking some sort of coordinated effort to suppress your channel, because your channel should be a lot bigger based on all of the content that you covered, all of the people that you've interviewed, all of the clips that you've posted. I think it's because they don't want to see us rise. They don't want to see us excel. They want to see us remain in the state that we're in, because as long as we're in that state, they can just leech off of us and keep us disempowered. two or three other quick points I want to throw out there. Every brother right now listening, you've got control over your own image. We're living in a time and a place where you don't, like IP's been saying, you don't have to use that N-word. You should stop using that N-word. You can disassociate yourself from the toxic elements of hip hop and rap. I think we can leave that stuff behind, right? Because it served a purpose in the 70s and 80s and 90s in terms of raising our political consciousness, in terms of an outlet that we used in order to voice our grievances. But it doesn't serve that purpose anymore. Okay, all it does is debase and denigrate and demean our entire position throughout the world. I think we just totally need to dissociate ourselves from Western hip hop and rap, just in general. I'm like done and over it. You have control over your image. You have control over how you speak in front of people, how you look, how you dress. Okay, put your best foot forward wherever you go, because you are your own representation of yourself, and you represent the race, you represent the ethnic group, Black men. So whether you're in the United States, whether you're in Canada, whether you're in Latin America, whether you're in Africa, Europe, or Asia, put your best foot forward, because people are watching you, okay? And when you put your best foot forward, especially when you're outside the West and people see that, right, they're gonna think, oh, okay, maybe what I've seen on TV, put out by America is wrong, because this guy is conducting himself, in a professional manner. He's articulate, he's educated, he's wise, he's intelligent. That's number two. And number three, let's continue working together, because I think, like IP's been saying, that's the only way we're going to rise, is if we work together and have a community oriented mindset. All right. I really appreciate it, IP. I'm going to, get off and let you make your closing statements, closing words. And again, so it's always a pleasure. Appreciate you letting me on your platform to speak.
Hey, thank you. Thank you, Johnny, man. Great last point, Sir Johnny. Salute to you, brother. Welcome back, brother. We missed you on the channel. Hopefully you're more active on the chats and calling in. But great comments, Sir Johnny. And thank you for the kind words, but it means a lot, brother. Salute to you, brother.
Appreciate it. Thank you, sir. Bye-bye.
Awesome. Peace out, bro. Awesome. Johnny Walker there, long-time supporter, doing great things in his personal life, and may he continue to do great things in his personal life. So, brothers, great live stream. We went from Filipina woman to speaking about geopolitics. We love women. Women are important, but there's also some serious things that we have to address as a community, as brothers, that we need to fix for us to move forward and rise. Just got to stay positive, do what you can, work hard, get into IT, believe in yourself, and be positive, man, because there's a lot of things that are happening that can weigh down on your mental, okay, and that can really destroy you and pick you apart. Don't let them win. Don't let them win, brothers. Be strong, believe in yourself, be confident. We're gonna make it, man. We're gonna reach the top of the mountain, the pinnacle, the summit, and things will change, man. So let's work towards better things. Let's hope that the right woman come to us in our lives. Let's hope that we progress. Oh man, let's hope we progress in all areas of our lives, man, and we can do it, man. We can do it. We're going to the top. So shout out to all the people that hit the super chats tonight. Your support is greatly appreciated. Shout out to the guest who gave us the Filipina intel, and shout out to all the brothers who called in and had a very insightful discussion in regards to the situation brothers are in, geopolitics, what we can do, what we should be doing. Shout out to all you brothers, man. We've got some very intelligent brothers. There are so many intelligent brothers, right, in our community, but the backing isn't there. The resources aren't there for them to go to the next step, right? We definitely have our own Elon Musk. We have our own Bill Gates. We have our own Richard Bransons. We have our own, you know, the Larry Page, the guy who made Facebook, something like that, and Sergey Brin. We have it, man. So and the guy who made Google and Mark Zuckerberg, Facebook, man. We have these intelligent people. Something's just not clicking, man. You know, because I want brothers to live a life that's fulfilling. You know, no one wants to be on their DATH bed, right, with many regrets. I want you all to achieve your goals and objectives, man, and reach your potential. Oh man, Lord, I'm super tired. Flipping out, I'm yawning like a mofo. Thank you, brothers, man. Thank you. All right. So once again, join the Patreon for behind the scenes intel, book your IT consultation, cop the merch, supporting where you can, hit the PayPal. Okay, brothers. Be safe. Have a great Sunday ahead. And I'll see you, brothers, on Theo. Theo's just joined. What's up, Theo, man? You know, Theo, I was just about to end the stream, but Theo's just joined, man. You see? Look at that, man. You see? Whenever we speak about that real stuff, YouTube starts playing games, man. Look at that. This is what I'm talking about. You know, these are the kind of evil forces, right, that I'm up against. For me, just to empower my own community that is very clear, that is lagging behind in every area of life, and they just want to mess me about, man. This is what I'm talking about, brothers. This is the kind of evilness that I'm up against. These are the kind of people, right, that are oppressing, you know, what I'm doing, because I'm awakening, you know, the mind state of brothers. I am changing lives here, and I know that. I know that they want to see brothers down, dirty, and broken. God forbid, man. This channel is going to make 1,000 Theos. I swear down, bruv. I swear down, bruv. Yeah? This channel is going to make 1,000 Theos. International passport will make 1,000 Theos. If we need to go to war, we're going to war, bruv. Because I'm tired of being at the goddamn bottom. Spat on, demeaned, disrespected. Talk to any kind of funny way, bruv. We gonna make 1,000 more Theos, man. We need to. We're gonna dominate IT. We're gonna make IT our BITCH. Lord willing. We're coming for the top spot, man. I declare and decree that brothers are going to dominate IT and make IT, right, our BITCH. We're gonna make it ours, man. I'm ready for it, man. We will put in more work, more time to get brothers into this field and dominate it, man. We're gonna create a network of like-minded brothers, warrior brothers, intellectual brothers. Shout out to Ozzy for the $2 super chat test. Thank you, brother, for the support. Much appreciated, Ozzy. Thank you, brother, man. people are real happy that we go through a lot. They don't care about us. They don't care about us. They'll lie to us. They'll smile. They'll smile at us, but behind us, they're happy that we're at the bottom. Everyone that has demeaned and disrespected brothers, they're gonna pay for it one day, man. You know? Yeah, they're on top. Yeah, they got everything. They got all this power. But one day, everyone that disrespected us, everyone that's demeaned us, and everyone that's KILOED us, yeah, they're gonna pay for it, man. Because you meet the average brother. The average brother is kind, right? Whenever I was in Japan, Japanese women told me that black men are so kind. The whole world knows that we're kind, man. We don't harm anybody, but the whole world wants to harm us. The whole world does harm us. African brothers are good brothers. American brothers are great brothers. English brothers are great brothers. Canadian brothers, great brothers. We truly are kind people. We truly are. But mofos take that kindness for weakness, man. They take that kindness for weakness. That's got to stop, brothers. We need to have that warrior mentality. The world is about to see a sleeper cell of brothers, man. Yeah, we're kind in the outside, but inside we're plotting, man. We're plotting to get to the top. I need that mentality from you, brothers. I need that mentality from you, brothers, man. Be kind on the outside, but inside, I want to be better than you. Inside, me and my brothers, we're going to the top. Me and my brothers, we're going to dominate, man. I know. We are in a very sad state right now worldwide. It's terrible for us in America. It's terrible for us in the UK. It's terrible for us in Africa, in the Caribbean, man. The Caribbean, man. The Caribbean ain't too good for the brothers and sisters out there, man. Every corner of the goddamn world is terrible for brothers. Every corner in the goddamn world is terrible for brothers, man. Bruv. I need that warrior mindset from you brothers, man. I need that warrior conquest mentality from you brothers. The same ish that me and Phil spoke about last year. The mentality to succeed, to get to the top. We need that from all you brothers. And we need you brothers to spread this to other brothers in real life, man. Cold, ruthless, conqueror's mentality, the mindset. I want to be the best. I want to go to the top. I need that from you brothers. Because it ain't no game out here, man. Life ain't no PlayStation game. Life ain't no Xbox game. Life ain't no Nintendo game. Life ain't no GameCube game. This is real life, brothers, man. Evil forces. I know for a fact that we got our own Elon Musk, our own Bill Gates. And one day, I hope I'm in a position to help fund these brothers. I hope we all are in a position to help fund these brothers to reach their true potential, man. I think a lot, brothers, man. I think a lot in my free time. I think a lot, brothers. How do I progress, to the next stage? How do I get brothers from this end to the next stage, man? Because in the UK, brothers ain't living too good, man. Brothers out in the streets, brothers selling that white. Brothers walking around looking like zombies. Brothers have no direction. It ain't too sweet over here in the UK for brothers, man. Brothers have lost all hope in the UK, brothers. They've lost hope, brothers. They've lost hope. It's cold out here in the UK, brothers, man. The average brother ain't doing too good, man. And guess what, man? The stats tell you, brothers. The UK government stats tell you that, the average black person in the UK ain't living too good, man. They're suffering. They're barely getting by. And the world don't care. The country don't care. I don't want that for the next generation of brothers. The next generation of brothers have to live much better lives than we do. Okay? Brothers, right? Brothers. The next generation of brothers. The next generation of brothers have to live better lives than we do. If we're living good now, they need to live great. You know? Johnny Walker says, your next trip is South Korea IP. We're gonna super chat you there. How much you need to get to South Korea, bro? Bro, South Korea is expensive, man. That's around the whole package. That's around what is that? 3 to 4 grand, 3 to 4, probably 4,000 grand, bro. You know? But as I was saying, brothers, man, and shout out to Johnny Walker, man, long time supporter. He's a great brother, man. You know, yeah, and Johnny, that's for like a 2-week trip, Johnny. A week is probably 3 grand. 2 weeks, 4 grand. Flights there, hotel. Yeah, man, like yeah, it's expensive, brother. But shout out to Johnny Walker, appreciate you, brother. Shout out to Mr. Show Shader Crypto for the $10 super chat, appreciate you, brother. We will make it. IP, the future is ours. We gotta keep doing what we are doing, pushing into IT and putting our buying power together and make something happen. Yes, indeed, man. Yes, indeed, man. Yes, indeed. Tell me in the live stream chats, right? Whatever topics you want to hear on this channel. Me and Theo, we do the Passport Bro show. That's been awesome so far. I give you intel on a foreign woman. What other things would you like me to speak on that you feel you will get value? Geopolitics, stocks, crypto. Let me know, brothers, man. Because I want to awaken and enlighten the minds of many brothers. This ain't a game to me, man. This ain't a game, man. And as I was saying, brothers, man, like brothers in the UK, and I'm sure brothers in America, brothers in Canada, brothers in New Zealand, a lot of brothers ain't doing too good, man. Because the system made it that way. You know, yeah, and you can tell, right, that the liberal world order are a bunch of hypocrites. So how are Joe Biden, right, and the president of France, right, Macron, liberals, right, and that they're oppressing Africa? That don't make any sense. A true liberal would be for the Niger coup to liberate their people and make and benefit from their resources. But the US and France wants Nigeria to invade Niger. And these are supposedly, right, referring to America and France, liberal countries with liberal values. It's all a bunch of goddamn lies, brothers, man. It's all a lie. It's all a lie. You know, it don't make sense, brothers. It don't. Peek behind the curtain, man. Peek behind the curtain, man. We have 4 hours, man. We have 4 hours. It's 5:37 a.m. in the UK. 5:37. I've been at this. I've been at this for almost 4 hours now, man. That's crazy, bruv. Man. Okay, man. IP, get some sleep. All right, brothers, man. I'm gonna wrap it up, man. I appreciate every single one of you, man. You're awesome. You know, keep your head up. Stay positive. Believe in yourself. Okay. Shout out to the brothers who supported. Shout out to Theo, Johnny Walker. Shout out to Soul Shader, Bella Jalal, the usual suspects, Dark Dissident. I appreciate you, man. All right, awesome, man. All right, brothers, peace out, yeah? And I will see you, brothers, okay, on the next video. Peace out. Thank you very much, brothers. Oh, man. Tired, bruv. Peace out, brothers.